Okay, video games time. Horizon Zero Craig, that's me. Oh, what even is my heart rate right now, I wonder? Current 117 BPM. Cool. It's going back down. Okay. Yeah, it's DLC time. Guys at Apple have to be wondering what the hell happened to your heart rate. Yeah. Should save your high score for volume and heart rate. I could turn off the loud noise notification warning, but like, I don't want to, because if I ever walk around and there's loud noises, it'll be nice to know to turn like the noise cancellation of my AirPods on. My AirPods Pros that I have now that fit well. But also, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny when my watch just yells at me for being too loud. Jesus Christ, what's going on with Craig? What the fuck is happening to Craig, man? Gotta get his shit together. All right, let's do the DLC. You thought my dead name was, and I shit you not, Jorts? Yeah, that's me, Jorts Washington.
What are you doing, Aloy? This path leads to the cut. The Banuk have nothing to offer besides useless mysticism. The Eclipse won't stand idle while you waste time playing in the snow. Return to your desk.
Suck my entire
you're still
dick.
checking up on me. I thought you had moved on.
Well, forgive me for still being concerned with the fate of the world.
I was thinking, Rost used to tell me stories about the Banuk and their shamans, and how they thread blue cables through their skin. Kind of like someone else we know, huh? So maybe the real reason you want me to stay clear of the Banuk is to stay clear of your past.
It's not the past that concerns me, Aloy. It's the future. Or possible lack thereof. Which is why you should stop prattling and get back to what matters. But as usual,
You're welcome, Hannah.
Touchy.
I thought it was funny.
This one's a big predator. It's like heat coming off it.
That shit is a wolf. Demonic Scorcher. Holy shit, brother! More powerful and stronger elemental resistance than normal counterpart. Okay. Oh my god! God damn it. Why is its shock just not building up? I guess it did say it had stronger elemental resistances, didn't it? And if you're forgetting to include that my spreadsheet is actually very well managed in other aspects besides the game, and actually looks really cool. I'm very proud of my spreadsheet. Hold on, let me see if I can show you my spreadsheet without it, like, doxing me. I think I can. Yeah, okay, I can show you this without it doxing me. Okay, hold on. Let me show you. Let me show you my spreadsheet. I'm genuinely proud of my spreadsheet. All right, I'll stop bragging about my spreadsheet. But you know what? I will make a blank copy of it for you guys to copy if you want.
This one's a new predator.
Since some people in chat were like, "Oh, this looks cool." Like, I wish I had something like this. God damn, it hurts so much. I just like making things easier for people. Oh, come on! I was like stuck into the wall. Ugh.
This one's a new predator. I can see the heat coming off it.
Weakness? Is that this? No? Oh, it's ice. Anything else I can do to make your day better? Keep your smile. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I wish Keep Your Smile was not like the funniest thing in the world to me, but it really truly is. Like, I'm sorry for who I am, but Keep Your Smile is so funny to me. How the fuck to deal with this fucking thing. Keep your Dorito? I'm never without my Dorito.
This one's a new predator. I can see the heat coming off it.
You get the flirt in? Oh, fuck. No, I forgot. Maki, are you still here? I was going to, and then I got so caught up in my story, I forgot. $15 HP gaming! Fuck you! Get bent, you little asshole. $15 HP gourd gaming. God, I can't believe how bad Far Cry 5 was. Flirt and smile already? How dare you?
Outlander on the mountain!
Okay, that's a welcome, I guess.
Chuck and Jenny are some all-time characters. I honestly hope that like people will watch the VODs and make fan art of them, like in years to come. I think Chuck and Jenny are the funniest characters we've. Hold on, let me get my fucking George Lucas Jar Jar Binks voice out here. You know, they're the funniest characters we've ever had. We've you know, it's the funniest characters we've ever had in the series. They're crucial. Gotta have them.
I've worked up a sweat from the climb.
You guys remember that interview with George Lucas where he's like, Jar Jar's the key to all of this. They're the funniest characters they've ever had.
Not that you'll stay long.
What is this bit? Oh, George Lucas, when interviewed about, let me see if I can find it. When George Lucas was interviewed about Jar Jar Binks at one point, hold on. I may have gone a little too, it may have gone a little too far in some places. Yeah, I can't find the clip, but George Lucas once said, Jar Jar's the key to all of this. If we get Jar Jar working, because he's funnier than any character we've ever had in the movie. You know, Chuck and Jenny are the key to all of this. Funniest characters ever had on the stream. We get them working. It's funniest characters for sure. No, but for real, I love Chuck and Jenny so much. I loved the weird like half role play me and Balgo would do, where like I just like one of us would just randomly devolve into Chuck or Jenny speak. Like one of us would randomly just be like Chuck or Jenny.
But she will return. You must believe she will return.
I do not think about Hunter's blood from heretics.
Must be gay, but when I type in Twitch on my work laptop, it auto goes to your channel. Gay, but also I love that, and I love you. Hi, Briss. Chuck being God's greatest atheist was the funniest thing that's like ever happened. God, I love Chuck and Jenny. Heat sickness. Oh no.
Get ready for a rare sight, Nora.
Make sure you take care of yourself
Bergrin,
then, please.
purveyor
I
of
love you. I want you to be
necessities.
okay.
Most of the time, the Banuk burn their dead, but not today.
Because the bodies couldn't be recovered.
Aye, a nasty business.
You're not a big baby.
All
Heat
their
sickness is
best
bad.
warriors lost. So they're getting a different kind
Speaking of heat
send-off.
sickness, I actually just recently found out what a wet bulb temperature means. I don't know if you guys saw the thing about like the wet bulb temperature being at like 94. Do you guys remember that a few weeks ago how they were talking about the wet bulb temperature being at 94? Do you guys know what that means? Because I only just found out like last night or like the night before. Relative humidity. Yeah, basically, I don't know the exact science of what, like, how they do it, but basically, wet bulb temperature is like, it basically determines when there's a lot of heat in the air, or when there's a lot of heat, but it's also really humid. What happens is, like, I don't know exactly how they get this data, but basically it's the amount of humidity and heat in the air, because apparently, I didn't know this. Hold on, I'm gonna pause this for a second to talk. I didn't know this. If it is too humid and it's too hot, at the same time, your body can't evaporate its own sweat. Like, you'll sweat, and then your body can't evaporate that sweat. So you just die. Sorry, you just die. You just die of heat stroke. And wet bulb being at 94 is very close to, I think, you know, I think it's 98 or 100. And one of those, I don't remember which, but like, it's very close to a literal unlivable temperature. So if the wet bulb temperature goes higher, then during the summer, there might be some parts of, like, the US, for example, that are literally uninhabitable. You cannot live there. You will die. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Which is, scary. Oh, yeah, people will still try and die. I don't actually know how they get wet bulb temperature, though.
For our kin sees the fate all Banuk long for. Falling with their spears striking steel. Their struggle
It's calculated.
is over now.
When I was looking it up on Wikipedia, it might have. Did it literally start from
beyond to the
like
blue light?
Did it literally start from them like wetting a light bulb? Yeah, put a wet cloth over a thermometer bulb.
Is only beginning.
Is that really like how it started?
Soon, we will again take up the hunt against the demon.
So like, what is it like if
the machines against us?
Do you like measure how long it takes for like the cloth to dry out or something, and that's the wet bulb temperature? Is that how it happened back in the day or something?
Fallen kin. Will you fight and die as well as they did?
My courage! My spear!
Our blood is in your teeth, Aratak!
We are Banuk. Our enemies.
Our blood is in your teeth is a raw fucking line. Sorry.
The daemon had frenzies the machines.
Machines that wiped out their best. And what do they want to do? Go back up there. Fools. A little advice, for free.
Aloy.
We're definitely gonna hit our 1,000th yawn in the next, like,
And I still can't make sense of
I don't know,
Banuk.
10 minutes.
Take this ruckus. It started with one of their shamans.
Me too,
Oraya,
Eve.
spouting on about spirits and demons up on Thunder's drum. So they march their Warwick up there, and half of them get slaughtered by machines. When Oraya vanished, I thought the crazy might have gone with her. But no. Here's Big Aratak, gearing them up to do it all over again.
What is it about the Banuk you can't make sense of?
Well, everything's a test to them. A hardship to endure. A challenge to survive.
Seems like they don't have much of a choice.
I love a woman that can just fucking kill me. Well, you hit it in the next 15 minutes? Okay.
Filled with wild animals. You think they'd accept a little reasonably priced aid? Don't believe me, I've tried to convince them. But a Banuk
Let me start a
with nothing left
timer.
to prove might just lie down and die.
15 minutes. There we go, on my watch.
And Oraya is the one who spoke about this daemon?
That's right. Told Aratak and the others that it lives up on Thunder's drum. And they believed him.
But you don't.
Look, I don't know what...
So is that like a
they
volcano
found
or
up there.
something?
A shaman's not going to talk to an outlander. The machines in the cut are getting more vicious, that's a fact. It could be because of the daemon, Or it could be because they all got indigestion, for all I know. But Araya's not around to explain. She took off.
You're in Yellowstone?
No
What? That's nowhere near Denver. That's like multiple states over. Okay, whatever, man.
Have you ever heard of a man named Silence? Tall, deadly serious, cables in his skin, like a shaman?
I've heard that name once or twice, but always whispered. Like some boogeyman the Banuk want to forget. I'm not sure what went down, but I got the impression he messed with the Conclave. Or they messed with him.
Conclave?
All the most important shamans gather in Banur from time to time to keep up with the latest mumbo-jumbo. No idea how they all fit into one tent without those crazy headdresses getting locked up on each other. Araya's been to that shindig, but when I asked her what it's like, she just gave me a dirty look. So if you want to know more, you'll have to find her.
Yellowstone
Make her
in
like
Wyoming?
it, I guess. Good luck.
Is Aratak a renowned warrior around here?
I still
He's
can't
a
believe I
very
never
cheap
moved to Wyoming because
His
my
voice
little
carries a
little
lot of
baby self was
respect.
so fucking
Not that you
stupid.
hear much of it. Man talks about
I
it as
cannot
much as a
believe I
dead
was that
fish.
dumb.
But when he and Araya came to town with their Werrick, it drew
Little
more
baby
Banuk
self
to
thought
this
all
little
of
bird
Wyoming
than
was
I'd ever
fucking
seen.
Chinatown.
Know what else I saw, Aloy? My own.
Why did my
little
dad
chase,
even leave that
stretching
decision up
all
to
the
me? What a
way back to the
dumbass.
claim. Then he goes and leads them off to their death at the claws of angry machines. So much for my best customers.
It is the fault of my dad, but I'm just saying. Maybe Kyria chose Wyoming? No, I've told the story before, but I'll briefly summarize it again. What? Okay. When I was like 9, I had to have been 9 because I turned like 10-ish when we moved to Nebraska. I spent my double-digit years in Nebraska. So when I was like 9, we lived in Texas, and my dad was in the Air Force and moved every single year. And at first we moved around different states, and then by the time we got to Nebraska, we moved around Nebraska. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Anyway, when I was 9, my dad, I was playing outside. I remember it very clearly. I was playing outside, pretending to be Spider-Man. I know, very on brand. And my dad fucking walks up to me. I was in one of my like old Halloween costumes, playing outside. And my fucking dad walks up to me and goes, "Hey, sport." I mean, he didn't call me sport, but you know, he's like, "Hey, sport. We have to move again for work." And I'm like, "Okay, I really liked it here though, but okay." And he's like, "Yeah, but I'm gonna let you pick this time where we go." And I was like, "What? Okay." And he's like, "We can go to 2 places. We can go to Wyoming, or we can go to Nebraska." And I'm 9 years old. I'm not very intelligent. I might have even been 8, but I think I was 9. I'm not very intelligent. I don't have that much geography knowledge or whatever. I don't even know that much of the U.S. yet because we've moved around so much, so my school knowledge was really weird and sparse, and like in some things I knew a lot and in other things I knew nothing. So I didn't know what Wyoming and Nebraska were. I knew there were places in the U.S. Well, after I asked my dad. I think I did have to ask him, like, "Where's that? Is that in the U.S.?" And he's like, "Yeah, they're states." Yeah, I did have to ask him that. I remember now. And my little 9-year-old brain, for some reason, because of the W-Y, specifically because Wyoming is spelled W-Y, like it has W-Y in it, I thought the entire state was Chinatown. I thought the entire state was like mini China. It was like a state that was just China. And I thought I would have to learn to speak Chinese, and everybody was going to be better than me at school. And I was like, I'm just a little kid. I don't know how to speak Chinese. I'm not going to be able to learn in time, and then I'm going to fall behind in school even more, and everybody's gonna yell at me. Oh no, I can't do that. Dad, can we go to Nebraska? I don't want to go. I don't know how to learn Chinese, Dad. Can we go to Nebraska? I instantly made myself incredibly anxious and teary-eyed. I used to cry a lot as a kid, so it wasn't that surprising I was crying. But I instantly, worked myself up and started crying, because I imagined being stuck in this town that, I didn't know how to speak the language of, and, imagine if you just got, suddenly teleported to, the middle of, China, and you don't know how to speak the language, you don't know any of the signs, you don't know anything, so you're just like, what? Well, I don't know, what am I doing? How do I talk to anybody? What's going on? That was what happened mentally in my mind. And I thought, I don't know why, but I thought the WY meant that it was like, I think it's because I had a friend whose last name was Wyn, but it was spelled like Nguyen. So I was like, oh, if it's like a WY, it's like Wyn, right? Although that's Vietnamese. Well, at least my friend is Vietnamese. But still, like, I was a kid. I was 9 years old. I didn't know. So I heard the WY and I was like, I'm gonna have to learn Chinese. I don't know how to speak Chinese. That's a lot of work. What if I'm really bad at school because I can't speak Chinese? No, can we go to Nebraska? So to this day, I live in Nebraska because of me being a stupid 9-year-old and my dad putting a very important decision on my shoulders for no reason.
What are these Wericks about, Bergrand? Some sort of tribe within the tribe?
Not like our clans back home. You don't get born into these things. They hold tryouts. Prove your best at something and you might get a place. Some Wericks come and go. Some last.
No, I like it a lot. I had that thought too, Lily.
The whole Banuk
As
territory.
opposed to being like, he's a black guy. She's like,
Just a
you
bunch
know,
of the
guy,
biggest
tall,
holes
blue lines in his skin.
I'm not sure if I'm less
Like,
confused
I like that a lot.
or more confused.
Well, here's the sure thing. Each Werick has a chieftain and a shaman. They make the decisions. All well and good, except the chieftains are hard-headed, and the shamans have their heads in the clouds.
You said you've lived out here for 2 winters?
Aye. Back home, some fur traders told me about
Like,
this
I don't blame myself. It wasn't even that, like, I was like, oh, going to China is scary. I wanted to go to China. Like, I thought that sounded cool. My biggest conniption, my biggest concern was that I would have to go to, I would have to learn how to speak Chinese. That was what I was most scared of, was that I would have to learn how to speak Chinese, and I knew how hard it was to learn to speak another language. So I was like, I'm gonna fall behind in school. That was my biggest concern. I have to learn to speak a language, and because of that, I'm gonna fall behind in school. And I was already doing badly at school, and I was already getting yelled at for doing badly in school, so I was afraid to do worse in school.
Me and my daughter.
Like, that's it. It wasn't that I was like afraid of China, it's that I was afraid of doing bad in school and getting yelled at.
We seem to get along better as business partners. Her mother wanted me to show her a trade. She started tinkering with weapons. Say, when you need a break from this Banuk carry-on, stop in and see her. You're both, how do I put it?
Women?
No, independent. Look for her at Long Notch, the easternmost.
You're both women? No. That's not what I said.
I want to know more about this daemon.
It's crazy talk, Aloy.
Or there's something to it. Something connected to how the machines behave.
Then you need to find Araya. She was last seen headed for the mountains they call the Ice Rafts. I've heard only the shamans know the trail beyond those frozen peaks. But I do know where you could find her apprentice, Naltuk. He went north of the river, chasing rumors.
Rumors?
Not the good kind. Sudden attacks in the snow. Strange new structures. Some say a new machine, like no one's seen before.
Well, now I'm definitely interested. Thanks for the talk, Bergrand.
Don't mention it.
I wonder if Aratak could tell me more about Araya or
I know I
Thunderstone.
am. But will
Might be worth a shot.
listen? No.
My Nalto can find Araya. Yeah, the animations do look better here. I noticed that he was moving around a lot more dynamically. Alright, before I do anything, I feel like... I mean, I guess there are attacks here. I feel like I need to,
I'd march over to Stone
I do
Hill
not
take
want to
on those
hear this
men.
talk from you again.
I feel like I need to go to the tall neck.
Than a week's snow.
Forgive me, my chieftain. We will be ready for the next attempt.
But this will not be an attempt. It must be done. Do you understand?
My chieftain.
Good. Outlander. I suppose you wish to
I gotta
speak.
say, very rarely am I like this excited to go back to a game's like DLC.
There are other Weraks in Song's Edge too?
Yes. The village has its own life for all Banuk who need trade or shelter. After the war ended, it sprang up from what was once a campsite, quick as the bloom between frosts. Perhaps it will last until the Karja seek war again.
Hold on. The jelly smile forcing emote right now.
Aurea knows about this Damon. Where would I talk to her?
She does a shaman's work. That is
Remember
not
the
for the
tax,
eyes
Kyria?
and
I'm gonna
ears of
scream.
others. Certainly not an Outlander's.
This Damon you talked about.
If you are hardy enough, you can venture out and see the signs yourself. It is.
Yeah, the
changing
facial
machines.
animations are like noticeably
fiercer,
better here. Holy
stronger.
shit.
But what is it?
A matter for the shamans to debate.
Did your Warwick come from this place?
No, we rallied most of our hunters from across Banur to face the threat of the demon.
Is this how the facial
But I was
animations look in
born
Forbidden
here,
West?
Stayed to fight the Karja when others retreated into the mountains.
I'm kind of really
Few of my
excited
old
for Forbidden
warriors
West. I
remain
know it
with
would be
me.
boring for everybody, so I'm not going to just jump immediately into Forbidden West, but it probably is not going to be very long until I do Forbidden West. I got to be honest with you.
You're set on going back to the mountain?
I have put
Like,
my word
at this
to it.
point, I'm
Even
really
with
excited
the
to jump
risks
into
being
God
so
of
great.
War,
The risk of what?
Ragnarok, and
Death.
Forbidden West. Like, I really
Would
want to
be
do
a
those.
Worse fate to bow our heads to the challenge and say too much.
I would just, like, jump into it, like, today or tomorrow, but I'm afraid it would bore everybody, so
Well, I guess that's it then.
I can just finish some more
Good.
stuff off the
Prefer
list.
deeds to words.
Right.
There's probably going to be a point at some point soon where we just, like, once I'm done with the list, where we just go play like a bunch of games on PS5, because like I know that I know that it's not as good as Game Pass or whatever, but to be honest, PS5's like version of Game Pass, like PS Plus or whatever, has some fucking baller games on it, like genuinely. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Hey, Lynn, are you around? Hold on, I'm gonna go show Lynn how to do something really fast. One seckie. Hi, I'm back. Sorry, Lynn already knew how to do the thing that I, Lynn knew how to do the thing I was going to show her how, so, whoops. Also, the 15-minute timer went off while I was up. So, I haven't yawned to pay out those motherfucking doubters. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? That time again, say something nice about Kyria. I'm gonna beat you to death. It's me, boy, the PS5. Harry's story made me laugh a lot, even though it does sound very stressful, so I hope she gets good closure from it. I will say, can I tell you, I'm a little embarrassed about the way that my brain works at this point. Thank you, Charlotte, you're cute. I'm a little embarrassed about how my brain works at this point, but I will say, even though I was kind of unraveling a little from all of the stress of what was going on, and I was like, you know, I was genuinely like, it was genuinely stressful, and I was like actually like unraveling a little bit and like getting fucked up from it. It was legitimately really, really frustrating, right? But I will say, the whole time I kept thinking like, at least it'll be content. At least it'll be content. At least I can tell chat. At least I can tell chat it'll be content. That's like 40 minutes of content right there. At least it's something. At least I can salvage this into something. Which is a little embarrassing that my brain works that way, but...
Any news from the hunt?
The herd isn't roaming far from the camp.
Keep them together this time.
Convinced me to sub? Well, I appreciate that. And thank you for the sub. I forgot to say that when you did, so thank you. At least it'll go viral on Tumblr. I wish I knew how to go viral. I've done it multiple times, but I don't, despite having done it so many times, I don't know how. Sometimes I just say a thing and everybody's like, this is so good, I have to like spread it around. But sometimes I think like, oh, this will go viral, this is good. And then I post it and it's like, gets like 2 likes or whatever, and I'm like, all right, cool. Try letting people cough on you, easy to go viral, true.
Bergren said Araya's apprentice went north of the river.
Yeah, you're right. I wish I'd leverage, like, at this point, now that I'm,
What did it take?
at this point, now that I am, like, you know, trying to actively, like, be somebody, I wish I had used my fame earlier in my life. Because, like, I have, like, been, like micro famous multiple times, and I never used it for anything. And now that I'm, like, at a point where I could use it for something, I'm always like, God, I wish I could. I wish I did. Come on, brother. Maybe one day I'll be famous, and honestly, I don't even want to be famous. I don't give a shit about that, to be honest with you. I just want to hit Twitch partner. My only 2 goals in life right now are I want to hit Twitch partner, and I want to be able to make like a livable income from doing this. Not from doing this and disability, just like de facto from doing this. That's it. That's my only goals in life right now. That's all I want to do. That would make me very happy. I was close to hitting, I was pretty close to hitting, hitting Twitch partner, but I went from like having 60 and 70 viewer average to like 40, so I don't know, something happened. I don't know if it was me or what. Something happened and I am no longer quite as close as I used to be, but I mean, I think I have an idea of what happened, but
Damn.
maybe. It still makes it kind of frustrating, though. Whether it's something Twitch did or summer ending or what, it's like frustrating either way, you know? Like, I don't need to be like the next biggest VTuber or whatever. In fact, I think I would probably dislike that. I like having a somewhat insular, smaller community where I know everybody's name. You know what I realized after watching a review the other day of this? You know what I realized I want my chat to feel like, or I want my streams to feel like? This is gonna be such a weird grab, and like 90% of you probably are not gonna know what I'm talking about here. I mean, hell, even I didn't grow up watching this show, so I probably, I probably shouldn't know this. But I was watching a review the other day about the TV show Cheers, and I'm like, that's what I want my chat to feel like. I want you to be able to go to a place where everybody knows your name, you know? Aww. I'm sorry, Chloe, that sucks. Want Kelsey Grammer to be in your Twitch chat? I mean, kinda. I want this to be like a nice little community where you can go in and you're not just like, hello chat member. It's like, hey, you know, Hannah, or hey, Charlotte, or hey, Chloe, or whatever. Like, you don't have to share that information about yourself, but like, if you want to or whatever, like, it's nice to think that, you know, you could go to a place where everybody knows your name and it's just all nice, you know? I don't know how to activate this thing.
Maki says if flirt was for all of your little girlies.
Oh, but I wanted to flirt. I wanted to give you a flirt specifically. Okay, well, that's very kind of you, Maki. Chat, you're all very, very, very good girls. Except for the boys. You're fine, I guess.
Everyone, I have a secret to admit. I'm actually Adam Sandler.
Holy shit, Adam Sandler. I fucking hate you. What's up? Your movies suck ass. That pixel shit you did was ass. Minus Chelsea. Aw. I mean, like, you guys don't have to share your names or anything, but like, you guys know the concept behind Cheers, right? That's supposed to be this like almost like local little bar where you go to, and like while you're there for a little while, you don't really have like worries, and you don't really like.
Oh, useful.
It's a place where you can get away for a little while, and everybody knows your name and everything. You know what I mean? Like, that's literally the song. It's like a place where everybody knows your name. Like, that's kind of what I want my community to be. I want my community to be this place where you can feel like, I don't know, like you've got like a little bit of, like, it's a little bit of like your home away from home, you know? It's your internet home.
Cheers are what fans do at the big game for the team.
So true. Already at home? You know what I mean. So grammar build. Chloe is strange, and Chloe is like me in that, like, Chloe has interacted with a lot of people and like knows a lot of like famous people before they became like famous or whatever. Chloe's just weird and nice and gets around, but like in a social way, because she's just so fucking nice. I've known Chloe for nigh on 10 years at this point. I mean, like I said, Chloe just kind of knows everybody. Unfortunately, all the places that I'm famous from were really niche circles, so there's a good chance most people don't know me from anything. Like, I know Chloe from a website called Face Punch. And fucking nobody remembers Face Punch but me. Or if you're like really into Valve news from like 2010, I guess.
That's the last of the scavengers. Should scan the tarmac. See how deep the damage is.
Android circles? You know, back in like when the HTC fuck, what was it? HTC released a phone a long time ago, and it was the first and like pretty much only Android phone I ever had. It was way back when Android was like first a thing. I remember it very specifically though, because it was a 4-inch screen and it had a kickstand down near the bottom, and it had a little kickstand, and everybody was like, oh, that's like gaudy, and like 4-inch phone, everybody was like, that's too big, that's gaudy, that's so big. But I remember that thing had Android, and I used to, there it is, HTC Evo, there it is, I found it. I used to mod the fuck out of this thing. I got really into Cyanogen mod around this time. Like, I got really into installing different distros of that and stuff like that, and got really into like modding Android and stuff. Part of the reason I switched back to Apple was because I would fuck with my phone so much that sometimes it would just be unusable as a phone, and I was like, man, having the ability to fuck with this all the time means that I do fuck with it, and I kind of wish I just didn't have the ability. I kind of wish I just like, I kind of wish I like just didn't have it, you know? I wish I had a simpler phone that I just couldn't fuck with, so I went back to an Apple phone. But like, I have a lot of fond memories of like Cyanogen and stuff. A Nazi or working for Google. Is Cyanogen's founder trans? That's funny. I had an account on the Tapatalk Android forums themed around Hatsune Miku. I remember that. Oh god, that was embarrassing. Holy shit. Trying to find an image, a good image of the phone that I had. Here it is. This thing, chat. This fucking thing. Look at this thing. Everybody was like, oh, that's so gaudy and so big. We never interacted on Tapatalk XDA. There's a good chance we did. There's actually a good chance we did. I was really active on XDA. So, like, there's a good chance we did. You're such a massive asshole in the forums. I mean, to be honest, everybody was. Everybody on XDA kind of thought that they were better than everybody else. It was just kind of the prevailing attitude on there. So, like, I kind of just got used to it. God, do you guys remember when Android used to look like this? But, like, fuck, dude. People, I remember in reviews of this, people were like, phones that are 4 inches and so big they have to have a kickstand? Ugh, that's too big. That's too big. That's too gaudy. Phones are never gonna be this. This new trend of big phones is never gonna take off. I remember the reviews shit talking this thing. Meanwhile, my ass was like, it's so big, it's gotta have a kickstand? I need it. Fuck, dude. I got so into Android modding with that thing. Sometimes I miss it, but like I said, even though I prefer having the ability, Jesus, even though I preferred having the ability, to like mod my phone and stuff, and like I like having it. I like having the ability and everything. It's a lot better for me if I don't do it, just because again, I will spend like all day just like being like trying out a ROM on Android and being like, what if I have like a bad ROM though? And I'll like start trying to look for like the perfect Android ROM and trying to make it like constantly like perfect, and then like I would like every few months I'd be like, I'm tired of this. I need to change to something new. Like, it's so much nicer when my phone is just my phone and I can't do anything to it. And it's like, well, even if I wanted to change everything, I couldn't. So the ADHD like desire to like fuck with it is gone. Because it's I can't do anything about it. It's not, I can't, you know, even if I wanted to fuck with it, I can't. So, oh well. Like, I know that's not good for a lot of people or good for most people or whatever, but it's very good for my brain.
Villain from Pokemon Diamond Pearl mindset.
I've never played Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. That's one of the gens I missed out on, so I have to take your word. Burnout from Android modding fixed my addiction. Yeah. I was definitely super addicted to it. And then, yeah, I mean, I guess that's basically what happened to me too, is I got burned out on it. I was like, man, I just want like a phone that works. I just want to stop fucking with it. Okay. How the fuck do I use this tall neck?
Check the area with my focus, maybe. Looks like the scavengers ripped out 3 major parts. If I could bring them back, maybe I could even reactivate it.
Ah. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what the PH there is supposed to stand for. A phone? Phone, okay. I mean, you could strap like a fleshlight to the back of a phone and fuck it. But then, you know, it's sort of Theseus's fleshlight, right? Are you fucking the phone or are you fucking the fleshlight? By virtue of having the fleshlight on the phone, does that make you fucking the phone? Theseus's flashlight? Yeah, I said what I said. Calling the flashlight app on iOS? I am almost 100% sure that is a thing. Probably for one of the mechanical ones where you can like feel the pussy, I don't know, spell out your name in Morse code or something. It like grips your dick in Morse code to spell out your name or something. Thinking of Theseus's monster? Oh, okay, my bad. I don't know why, but all this talk about like XDA forms and everything else reminded me. Does anybody remember the 4chan low orbit ion cannon app for DDoSing that used to get spread around and passed around whenever they would have like a DDoSing campaign against somebody that they didn't like? The Loik. Loik still exists? Of course it does. I always just assumed that shit was 100% a virus. Like that, not like a virus, but like they were absolutely going to be using your GPU and CPU power for more than like what, you know, what they said they were going to use it for. Like I had no reason to trust that shit. while I probably wouldn't have been very funny or very good at it, rather, Maya, it's very funny to think that, especially if you were on the XDA forums and stuff, and especially with the shit that I was getting into around my teenage years, there's a very real chance if I hadn't just gotten like if I hadn't realized I was trans really early and focused on that and building like trans communities at a really young age, there's a very real chance I would have ended up in some very similar circles to you. Because I was pretty interested in the idea of like getting into like you know, like script communities and shit like that. Like, I was very interested in the idea of getting into tech, and I was very interested in the idea of becoming like some sort of like hacker, like some sort of like something. Mostly because I just really liked the feeling of like fucking with stuff. I liked the feeling of like getting inside of like a place that I wasn't supposed to be and fucking with it, you know? Like, it started just with like Android phones where I was like, oh, rooting them is like fun and cool. Well, actually, it started with jailbreaking iPods. I don't know if I ever told you, chat. I used to sell a service of jailbreaking iPods in middle school. Like, people would come up to me and then be like, you know, like, people would come up to me and be like, hey, if I give you my iPod, will you jailbreak it? I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? Pay me like 20 bucks for it and I will. It was less that I was making them pay for the tools and more that they didn't know how. So I was making them pay for like the labor. But like, I just liked the feeling of getting into something I wasn't supposed to, you know? I liked the feeling of like getting into iPhones and being like, ooh, I'm not supposed to be in here. I wonder what else I can do. Wonder what I can find. And then I started getting into Android phones and rooting them. And then like, you know, I more and more, I was like, what else can I like get into that I'm not supposed to get into? Ended up like finding websites and shit that lets you like look at like I think the one that stopped me, if I remember, was that I ended up getting into websites that let you look at like public webcams, like not like private ones in people's homes, but like security camera feeds and stuff like that you can just access if you know like the IP and they're just publicly on the internet, like they're publicly broadcasting if you just know the IP and shit like that. And I was like, this is cool, but maybe I shouldn't be getting involved in this. And then also I again realized I was trans and I was like, ooh, I have to like help people. I have to help people who are also trans and suffering like I was. My pants are off limits, damn. Not unless I hit them with my... I was gonna say my pants removing ray, and then I realized that just sounds like a fucking Doofenshmirtz thing. I'm just becoming Doofenshmirtz. But yeah, I don't know. It's just funny to think that there's a very real chance I would have ended up in similar position. Well, not positions, because I probably would not have been good at it enough to do the things that you have done. But I probably would have ended up in similar communities that you had. Something very funny to me about that. There's so many cool trans femmes on my computer. I think trans femmes just have like... Trans femmes just have the highest rate of being cool, if you know what I mean. Like, like, there's so many trans femmes I know who are just like, yeah, I'm no big deal. I just, you know, wrote this like software or like did this like act that like defined like an entire portion of your life or somebody else's life or something. Like, trans femmes just have this high rate of like being like influential, cool people, which is incredibly funny to me. That's why I want to kiss them. So true. I didn't do shit. Chloe, we were just talking about this. You've been famous multiple times. And like, you know multiple famous people and shit. Holy shit! Oh, come on! That's bullshit. I fucking dodge backwards.
That seems intact. Tonics are built tough.
Where am I going? Why does it keep pushing me further and further back? The trans girl that keeps the internet afloat, you know, she has a name. Her name is Miku. She's got a name. Put some respect on her name, please. Yeah, I did. I was just gonna pretend it didn't happen.
Let's get on with it.
Chat, would you put Miku in a zip file? So fucking hard. I cracked my Miku. Holy shit. I think it would be funny. Is it Miku into anything she wants, TBH? Good. I think it would be funny to have like a copy of like Hatsune Miku Project Diva Megamix, like the video game where you can sing and play as Hatsune Miku. Have that as like a standalone executable installed on a USB drive. So all you have to do is just plug her in and you've got Miku right there ready to play. That would be incredibly funny, but I don't know how you would convert it into a standalone EXE. Since apparently that game has ridiculous DRM. Don't burn Miku! Oh yeah, remember the Domino's Miku thing? Remember the Domino's Miku pizza? God, the world is just such a funny place. Where is Fit Girl when we need her? Where's Fit Girl, and then where's the weird transphobe that's like the opposite of Fit Girl and their weird eternal war? Because do you think there's Yuri between what is her name, like Queen? No, Empress. Do you think the rivalry between Fit Girl and Empress is that too Yuri? Seeing as Fit Girl doesn't give a shit. Does anybody know what I'm talking about when I say Fit Girl and Empress? I know Maya does, because she just said something about it. Does literally anybody else know what I'm talking about? Okay, yes, of course. Okay, listen. There are two people who routinely crack DRM for video games. One is named yeah, I know, right? One is named Fit Girl and one is named Empress, okay? And so Fit Girl, like they're both like renowned for being able to like crack like de novo specifically. And if you know anything about de novo, you know that de novo is really, really, really hard to crack, like insanely hard. So them being able to crack it and crack it quickly is a really like big skill. I think Fit Girl can crack de novo as well. I might be wrong, But I know that they're both really big crackers. But so Empress will crack any game that you ask her to if you pay a certain amount of like rubles, I think, because I'm pretty sure she's Russian. So Empress will crack any game you ask her to if you pay rubles. It doesn't like matter what game it is, she will crack it for you if you ask her to do so and you pay her the money. And then she releases the crack publicly. The problem is though, is that so Empress for a long time, I believe, was the only de novo cracker. I might have this story wrong, but I'm pretty sure the way it goes is that Empress for a long time was the only de novo cracker, but Empress might actually be like legitimately schizophrenic and like really badly schizophrenic too, because all of her like readmes that explain how to install a crack and stuff have these like paragraphs and paragraphs of like unhinged like fucking Jacob Seed ass lore or Joseph Seed ass like lore and like rants and diatribes, and she's incredibly transphobic. It's worth mentioning she is incredibly transphobic. But they have some like insane shit in them, like to the point that it was like you could like just type some shit that looked like you were having a stroke and make it like a little political, and it was a meme like, oh, is this like an Empress post or something? Like she is like genuinely actually might be clinically insane. And then Fit Girl came along and I believe started cracking stuff for free that Empress said she couldn't crack or wouldn't crack or anything like that. Empress fucking hates this, and so now half of her rants are about like how shitty Fit Girl is. Fit Girl is trans, by the way, so it's like how she like half of her rants are these like transphobic like screeds against Fit Girl. Meanwhile, Fit Girl just doesn't give a shit. And like I don't know if she's ever publicly acknowledged Empress, but like it's just this like weird rivalry between them. It's so funny. It's so funny. Empress is insane. I'm trying to see if I can find some of her unhinged rants. Tringali, thank you for the follow. Fit Girl is cool. Actual, you ruined my life. I don't even know who you are. Energy, literally, yes. I mean, Fit Girl is cool, and Empress is, you know, Empress is cool in that she makes video games available. Have COVID. I'm trying to see if I can find her rants. Oh god, that one has slurs in it. I cannot show that one. Oh, no, but I can show you this one. This was in her crack for Hogwarts Legacy. So hold on. Oh, I fucking forgot about this. This was in her crack for Hogwarts Legacy. The other part of it has slurs in it. And I can't say that. It has shit like oh, you're all sissy men who are inferior to women, blah blah blah, shit like that. But there is one part of it that is incredibly funny. Hold on. Let me just double check and make sure there's nothing in this that. Okay, here it is. Why do I think like this? Simple explanation. This life is made of duality, or of a duality nature. Like the famous yin and yang, it is always made of exactly two opposite forces. You can clearly see it in life as day, night, light, dark, heat, cold, life, death, etc. Genders works the same. They are also two strong different forces that oppose each other, hence making their impact greatest as they complete each other to perfection. All of her rants are like this. All of Empress's rants are like this. They are all weird shit like this. They're really funny. This bitch of fucking Elkin. My favorite binary systems, by the way, like fucking hot and cold. My favorite My favorite binary system of hot and cold with nothing in between. My absolute favorite binary systems. Max out your gender meter life to reach the ultimate other gender death. Hello, Blunt. Hold on, I'm trying to see. Oh yeah, I forgot. Thick girls. Oh my god, this lore goes so deep, chat. You don't understand how deep the thick girl the Fit Girl and Empress lore goes. At one point, Fit Girl announced a boycott of Empress's releases, and like, you're all pirates. You're all pirates downloading things for free. What do you mean a boycott of her release? Like, it's just really funny to me. I don't know. It goes so deep. And like, Fit Girl was right to do so. At one point, I believe to punish Fit Girl, Empress lowered the download cap on yeah, here it is. As many of you can see, the Immortals Phoenix Rising repack was listed in upcoming repacks list for almost a day already. Why is it still not up? You would never guess. Empress intentionally limited the uploading speed of her seed box to 200 kilobytes a second, and feeding the same chunks to the crowd so no one would download the ISO before others. Why did you do it? The answer is why did she do it, you ask? The answer is mind-boggling. She hates all repackers for stealing the spotlight from her work. Yes, you've read it right. It's against common law and piracy ethics. In response, Fit Girl announced a boycott of Empress's releases. I cannot allow myself to be a puppet of a person whose main agenda seems to be, I'm the only de novo cracker in the world, praise me. Well, fuck that. I'll let other repackers with less strict principles deal with her works. Oh, it's so funny. It's so fun. The lore goes so deep. Due to being friends with some people, I got to see some of the non-public drama, the Netflix ripping part of the scene in Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can imagine. Who's she trying to impress? +2. The lore goes so deep and it's so funny. A few years, or like lots of Netflix HQ ripping only really still worked to some shit I slid under the scene, or slid the scene under the table. Nice.
That seems intact. Telemax are built tough.
I'm realizing that a bunch of stuff that I think is like common knowledge probably isn't. Like, obviously, but at the same time, I kind of thought everybody knew about Thick Girl and Empress. The amount of you who are like, what the fuck are you talking about, kind of boggles my mind. Maybe I keep up with this stuff a lot more than your regular average person does.
Bring me a nice crisp piece of meat.
Hi, Joey.
We just traded the graveyard with
thank you for playing. Thank you for the raid. How was Raft? I almost said thank you for playing Raft. How was Raft? I don't know what de novo is. De novo is a type of DRM that
What?
If anybody in chat knows better than me, feel free to correct me. De novo is a type of DRM that's really hard to crack because it's like, how do I explain it? De novo is basically like tangled up within the EXE and generates its own like I think its own like cryptographic code every time it like launches or something like that. I know that it has to do with these constant mathematical calculations that like really bog down performance, like to the point that like when de novo got added to a game, I think it was like Divinity or something, it lost like an average of like 30 to 40 FPS. Like de novo is really bad. It's bad for consumers. It's honestly bad for developers. It's just bad. Like de novo is legitimately a really awful program. But like the thing is, because of the way that de novo is, because of like the way that it does its DRM, de novo was very famously thought to be uncrackable forever. Like de novo was like the one good thing that you know, any corporation or whatever could say about de novo is that it was legitimately supposed to be uncrackable until Empress came along. I'm not even like, nobody even knows how Empress did it. I think, if I remember correctly, I think the best guess, yeah, nothing is uncrackable, but I think, see, I assumed Empress has insider info too. That was my thought as well. But from what I've seen other people talk about, she may just actually reconstruct the EXE like bit by bit, supposedly. But like without the de novo bits. That's like what I've seen a lot of people say. But that seems insane to me. I know that's possible. I know for a fact that that is possible. But that seems insane to me, especially for how quickly she can get it done. Like that just doesn't sound right to me. She has tooling to do it for her. Yeah, I would think she'd have to have some kind of like, if she does that, she's got to have something that automatically does it for her. But yeah, for a long time, de novo was thought to be literally uncrackable. And like the problem was, even it definitely was never like always uncrackable, but the problem is that de novo is such a hard thing to crack that basically the deal you make with de novo when you add de novo to your game is that it will sell, like the initial game will not be on pirate sites for anywhere between like 48 hours to like a week, depending on how you've done the de novo in it or whatever. And that gives you time where you don't lose sales, because somebody who's gonna pirate it might see that it's a hassle and then be like, ah, fuck it, I'll just buy it. It's too much of a hassle to try to deal with it. And then after that, you've cracked it, but it doesn't matter because you've converted most of those piracy things into sales. That's like the idea of de novo. That's the way it's supposed to work.
Well, that fits. Sure hope it works. Well, it's in better shape than it was.
But you know, a lot of people, because of the performance issues of de novo, a lot of people will outright not buy. Like, it's funny, what you should actually do if a game has de novo in it, and I'm not joking here, what you should actually do if a game has de novo in it is that you should like, if you're gonna buy the game anyway, sure, go ahead, buy it, but then go onto a crack site, unless it's like an online game where you can't do this. Go onto a crack site and download the crack for it, because you will have better performance. Like, objectively speaking, if you get an EXE that doesn't have de novo in it, and it's like a single player thing where you won't get like banned or whatever, you will objectively have better performance. De novo is a serious resource hog. So like, even if you buy your games, you should still go download a cracked EXE. Do you want me to give you a spoiler-free summary of new stuff? Yes. And like, downloading cracked EXEs isn't like illegal, to be clear. It's not like wrong or illegal to do.
Easy.
I mean, you know, it's not wrong even if it was illegal, but I'm saying if you're like worried about that, it's not even illegal.
Right, it's never easy.
You can just tell me, or you can just say in chat. It is literally illegal to do DMCA. I don't think it is as long as you own the game. Well, I guess that depends with Steam. I don't know. Since Steam only sells you the license.
It's not gonna even notice me attacking it.
A little concerned with the themes. Oh, is it bad?
Should be a good spot for jumping onto the tall.
Fuck! I missed. And now I gotta do it over there where there are people. I was pretty sure downloading cracked repackages or cracked EXEs of your games was not illegal, because like crack sites don't get taken down. It's when you're distributing the whole game. But if you're just distributing an EXE, I'm pretty sure you're legally allowed to do that. But I could be wrong. Yeah, my understanding was just that it's legal outright, but I could be wrong. Okay. Did they show any images of the graphics overhaul?
No way I'll be able to take a machine that big down. I should be able to jump onto the tonic from here.
Okay.
Made it. Now to climb up to its head. Logan said Array's apprentice went north of the river. Hopefully not too far.
I don't mind just zones. Yeah, you can send me as long as it's just zones, I don't care. I'm not really gonna remember the zones anyway. I'd like to just see the graphics. I don't know. If it's illegal, then I am not recommending you do that, Twitch. I am not recommending that you go download piracy stuff, but as far as I knew, it wasn't illegal. All right, Lynn, let me see these videos. It would be nice if they finally update the game to not be PS4 graphics, since it was being held back by the PS4 for so long. Hold on here, let me just show this on stream. Here. Okay, so it looks like bump mapping. Looks like a lot of bump mapping. Just from what I'm seeing on these textures. Although, yeah. They're also just changing the outright, like, fidelity on some of these models. I mean, that's nice. One video that has everything? Okay. Let me look at this then. Oh, that looks significantly better, especially the hair. The hair in Final Fantasy has always had this thing where you can see, like, when you look near the edges, you can see this, like, artifacting on the compression of the texture, and it's always bothered me. It has always got under my skin so much. And now that's significantly better. Holy shit, brother. Wait, they made her even more, they made that girl even more of a baby face. Look at her face. She turned into even more of a baby face. Are all winning? Stinky dragons. Imagine not being a Lalafell. Cringe. That is the scariest cat girl I've ever seen. Why are her eyes that big? Holy shit. That is that is like, what if anime was real level eyes? That is the scariest cat girl I have ever seen. I'm like afraid to see what happens to her. I don't like her. Oh, little babies. Okay, I love them. I love them. Oh yeah, did they finally add female Hrothgar yet? Have they announced that yet? Have they finally announced female Hrothgar? I know they said they were gonna at some point when they added male male Vieira rather. Okay, that does look a lot better. You know what's funny is that almost all of this is just texture work. Almost all of this is just fixing the textures and making them higher quality with better bump maps. And it looks like a new lighting engine. Or at least a different lighting engine. That's very funny. It's really not that much of a change. It's just textures. But that's like enough to make it feel really fresh. That's really funny to me. Yeah, like, see, now these textures have, like, specular and gleam and stuff. Oh, yeah, no, it can do a lot. I just think it's funny. It's just funny to see, like, that, like, all they had to do was change the textures. Is this Gridania? I'm gonna be honest, this is so bitrate crushed that it's like hard to honestly see a difference because of so much like dense forest and shit, but the lighting looks better. Alright, somebody went a little hard on the bloom, I think. Somebody went a little hard on the contrast in the bloom a little bit. It's very pretty, but holy shit, that is bright. Oh, okay, I know where this is. I thought that's where it was, but I wasn't totally sure. It's Feo Ul's castle. Okay, I mean, yeah. I think that's Feo Ul's castle. It might not be, actually. I don't know. Those look fine. Those look good. I'm more so concerned about the plot, since everybody else is concerned about the plot, apparently. But although it's worth noting, I actually don't give a shit about the plot that much. Like, whether or not, like, I have faith that it will probably be good, since the other ones that even have dealt with, like, serious stuff, like Stormblood IMO was very good. But everybody's got their ass in a bunch over or about Yoshi P anyway because of FF16, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not really saying it does or doesn't. What I'm saying is that everybody's got their ass up in a bunch about Yoshi P anyway because of FF16. And even if that's reasonable, what that means is that some reads are not going to be very charitable. Like, some people in their mind have already decided that he's like a bad guy now. He's a bad person now. So anything he makes is going to be bad. So, you know, this new thing is going to be bad without even like really critically examining it or looking at it. Like that happens a lot.
Looks like it's sending a pulse or signal. Naltuk?
Who are you? How did you find me?
Bergrand told me you'd be out here.
He's persistent. I've told that Oseram 1,000 times.
I thought you were supposed to be a girl.
I don't need to buy anything.
And I'm not selling. I just need to find Araya.
Well, you won't. She's gone where only shamans can tread. She seeks guidance from the voice in the blue light. That is her task. And the task she gave me is to observe the daemon's work. To stop it spreading, if I can. What can I do about these towers? In only a few weeks, they've sprouted throughout the cut. The daemon's energy pulses from them. Rallies the machines, even repairs them.
Are there trans people in this? I don't know, probably.
This daemon was frenzying machines.
Look,
it's never really come up.
Those with the purple markings, they belong to the daemon. They're stronger,
if there were, I'm
more
not sure that it would like
seen
affect
something like this
anything.
before. A corruption.
I don't really think
was
people in
even
this would be like in this time would be
They know
transphobic.
more than I do.
That's not really a concern that
These
they have. They
towers,
care a lot more about
were they
like
part of your corruption?
No.
they care a lot more about like
Those are
tribes
me
and
too.
stuff.
Like I said, they empower the daemon's machines. They must be stopped.
2 dies per gear now. Woo! We're on Guild Wars 2 shit now. Finally,
Can you
after
tell me where
years.
Araya went?
You ask a lot of questions.
Well, Guild Wars 2 has 4 die
Answers I
channels,
need.
but sure.
There's but one voice Araya wants to hear right now, and it isn't yours. I'm sorry.
All right. You want to stop the spread of the daemon's work?
I mean, that's
I know how to get
exciting, but like
started.
coming from Guild
With my
Wars 2,
bow
I'm a
and
little
spear.
I'm a little
Outlander, wait.
coming from Guild Wars 2, I'm a
tell me
little
your name?
spoiled.
Aloy.
Guild
Good.
Wars 2 has most pieces
If you
have
fall to the
between
daemon's
3 or
machines,
4
at least
pieces
I can
of
properly recount
die,
your efforts
and
to
also your
Araya.
die is a
Since
count
we're
bound, and you can just re-dye your gear at
Well, I
literally
won't
any
fall.
point.
And when I'm done, you're gonna tell me where she is.
Bring me a nice crisp
New
piece
monster
of meat.
lust over in
Miss
Magic?
Renoka
Show me.
just
Hi,
traded the
Renoka.
graveyard
Thank you for
with
the
two
thank you for the
ladies.
raid.
Interesting. Maybe I could override it.
Control tower. How was it? Guild Wars. I never played Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. Like, by far.
I can kill the machines.
But playing it makes me sad now because I've spent so long trying to get other people into it unsuccessfully that now I'm just like sad. Like I spent so long trying to get people to play it with me that now just trying to get anybody to play it with me just makes me sad. It's like, you know, they don't really want to, like, every time I get somebody into it, they're always like, yeah, this is cool. And then I never want to touch it again, or, you know, like, it's not really for me or whatever. And it's like, oh, cool. I put thousands of hours into this, but okay. It's very important to me. Like, not to say that it has to be important to them too. It's just, I don't know, makes me sad. Is it still going? Yeah, it just got an expansion announced recently. And in my opinion is one of the best MMOs ever made. It has a lot of really interesting systems that really buck the idea of how MMOs should work at all. Like there is no like Trinity system of like healer tank DPS. Every class is good at different things, and every class can specialize into other subclasses that are better at different things. So like, for example, the Necromancer is really good at damage over time. But you can turn the Necromancer into a subclass called the Reaper, and the Reaper is really good at direct damage. Or you can turn it into a Wraith, I think it's called, or a Sand Wraith. There's like a desert expansion, so there's like one where you're doing like sand ghosts and sand demons and stuff like that. Anyway, the desert Necromancer one is like a support class that's really good at like buffing their allies and stuff. Guild Wars 2 was also the first MMO that I ever saw to use world events. So like world bosses and stuff like that have become commonplace. That shit started with Guild Wars 2 as far as I can tell. No, I saw it, Lynn. I did see the Fall Guys mode in the Gold Saucer. I've seen people posting images of it. It's weird and I kind of don't like it, but I think its world building is great, but I mean, that's fair. Like, that's me. I'm not trying to say you're wrong or anything.
I found this.
But Guild Wars 2 started, like, and as far as I can tell anyway, especially in the MMO scene, started the idea of like world bosses and shit like that. And also, Guild Wars 2 started the idea of like events, essentially. It's legitimately such a good game. It also has this really cool system, at least I think it's cool, where basically you get, so there's two things. There's expansions. There's like regular expansions that, you know, work the way an expansion you would think it would work. And then there is, God damn it. There's expansions, and then there's a thing called the living world. And so basically in the living world, the way it works is that, you will get essentially an expansion over the course of like a year, where they slowly, like, they'll add like new zones, like sometimes new classes, stuff like that. You know, they will add like a bunch of new stuff, but they'll add it slowly over the course of a year, and it's like episodes. So like you like experience the story, you know, like over time. So like the first Living Story season, for example, it also like dramatically changes the world. Like in the first Living Story season, the main hub city that everybody like idles in and spends all their time in, called Lion's Arch, got actually genuinely destroyed. And the zone went from an idle like town area where you like couldn't do combat or anything, or well, you could, but there was nothing really to fight. But it went from like an idle combat area or an idle town area to like a combat zone where you could like save refugees and like stuff like that. Does it let you play chubby furries yet? I mean, it's always let you do that. The char right there. And you can make them chubby. But it lets you so after Lion's Arch was destroyed, there was an in-game after Lion's Arch was destroyed, there was an in-game election about who would become its new mayor, and the players got to vote and like on which NPC would become the mayor. And then after the mayor was established, what mayor got like picked determined how Lion's Arch would rebuild. And so like this one NPC that we had been working with named Ellen Peel became mayor, and so Lion's Arch got rebuilt into this like extravagant place. And it, like, you know, like it still exists like that to this day. Like the world is permanently changed because of that, you know? It's really, really cool. I've always really liked it. Like there's the Living Story idea is so cool, and I like the way that it like interactively changes the world and stuff. Also, like, it has mounts. One of my favorite features is that Guild Wars 2 has mounts. Guild Wars 2 has mounts, but the mounts, they work differently than they do in other MMOs. As opposed to just being like a speed buff, mounts have specific like things that they can do. So, like, there is a raptor mount who has an ability that lets it jump forward, like vertically in like a really long leap. And there is a bunny, a big like bunny with like a big tail, like a big jackalope that you can use as a mount. And its ability, it's like a little slower than the other mounts. They're all faster than running speed, but it's like one of the slower ones. Its ability though is that you can jump up really high. It's called the Springer. There's one that lets you like glide over water really fast. There's one that lets you like go through these like portals and areas, stuff like that. It's really cool. All of the mounts are really cool. One of my favorite ones, god. Shit's so fucking hard. One of my favorite mounts is a there's two. There's one that's like a dragon that you can it's called a sky scale. It's like a little, it's not literally a dragon because dragons are a big thing in Guild Wars too, like in the lore of them. But it's like a little baby, like worm type thing, like dragon type thing. And you have to raise it from like being a baby all the way to adulthood. Your like the way that what it can do is essentially just fly. Like it can just fly normally, although it has like a bar, I think, so it can only be in air for like a short amount of time or whatever. But like you have to spend a lot of time like into it, like raising it and shit like that. There's another secret mount that you can get called the Griffin, and the Griffin is actually the fastest mount. You can do these really cool like tricks with it. Like, hold on.
The pulse gives them energy, repairs them.
Oh, the pulse repairs them. Okay, that's why this is hard. So the Griffin's whole thing is that it can, fly, but it can like, it's basically like a glide, like a controlled fall. And essentially, you can use it to like go really, really, really fast, but there's like skill involved in it and you have to be really good at it. It's such a good mount that WoW just literally actively stole it for Dragonflight. Like in the new WoW expansion, Dragonflight, you get a dragon that functions identically to the Guild Wars 2 Griffin. Like actually identically in every single way. Even the way that like the people have put like side-by-side comparison videos of it. Even the way it like turns and shit, and like the way it like behaves in the air, literally identically to the Guild Wars 2 Griffin. They just wholesale stole it. And it made me really mad because people were like, wow, this is such a new innovative feature. I've never seen an MMO before. And it's like, okay, cool. Well, we've had this for actually like 5 years now. So, but yeah, whatever. New innovative feature, I guess. Girlfriend just sent me one of Hex's posts. Nice. Bingo thing reshuffle. It reshuffles if you refresh the page. Well, if it helps, Cursor, if you can't remember it, it is free to play now. Also worth noting, Guild Wars 2 is free to play, and to get like an account that's like not a free account, all you have to do is spend money in the cash shop once. There is a cash shop for like cosmetics and stuff. I don't like that. I don't support it. I'm not like happy that it exists, but it is there. But like literally all you have to do is spend money in the cash shop one single time. It doesn't matter what you buy. It doesn't matter how you buy it. You can buy the absolute cheapest thing. As long as you spend any amount of money in the cash shop at all, your account becomes a like goes from a free account to a paid account. And like it's not monthly. Like once it's a paid account, it's just that way, and you don't have to keep paying it or whatever. But like any like missing features you have mean it, like it's essentially it means you can get the game for like, if you like it and enjoy it, you can get the game for like $5. Like if you spend $5, which is the minimum in the shop, like that's it. Your account's now a paid account, and that's it. It's just that way forever. And any of the like features that you were locked out of by being a free account, you now have access to. If you buy the expansions, that does it too, but you don't have to buy them. Actually, one of the fun things about Guild Wars 2 is that you can buy the expansions in any order you want. So like, let's say that you just don't care about the first expansion. You don't really care about the gear from it. You don't care about the stuff from it. You don't care about the story or the area. You just don't have to do it. You can just not buy it. I mean, you'd be missing out on some cool stuff, but you just don't have to buy it. You don't have to. You could just go buy the second expansion if you wanted. Also, Guild Wars 2 has this thing where so the level cap in Guild Wars 2 is 80, and rather than raising the level cap for every subsequent like expansion or whatever, what they introduced is this thing called the mastery system. Hold on, I'll show it to you. So the mastery system takes excess XP that you have and puts it towards these like tracks that you can like you select a mastery you want to work on, and each one will have, you'll select like a track, and there's like 5 or 3 or 4 masteries within that track or whatever, and any XP you get goes to filling up that track. And when it's filled up, you use these things called mastery points that you get from like doing achievements and stuff like that, to unlock an ability. And whatever ability you get from that is like just a permanent ability from then on. One of them, for example, is it turns your loot thing, your like when you press like F to like loot a body or whatever, it turns it into just an AoE loot. So you just press a button and everything around you just gets zooped up into you. And like that's like you don't have to press anything. You just press a button, zoop, all the loot goes right into you. And like once you have that, that's just like a permanent ability that you have forever. It's just they're all just like permanent passives. Some of them change your character, some of them give you new abilities, like one of them gives you a Breath of the Wild style glider. Some of them give you change like their mastery tracks for your mounts and how they work, and change how they work and stuff. Yeah, there are account unlocks too. So if you most stuff in Guild Wars 2 is an account unlock. So if you make a new character, you have like anything that you got in your other character, like almost everything is an account unlock. So most of your shit is just there forever. Hold on, I want to show you guys the Griffin. It's very cool. I believe the most recent expansion, End of Dragons, also added the ability to get a boat. Yeah, it gave you... Yeah, so the most recent expansion added... Here, let me see if I can find it. I can find, like, the website for it. You ever stream Guild Wars? No, I don't think anybody would be interested in it. I love this game with all my heart, but I also love Final Fantasy XIV with all my heart, and that's like one of my worst performing streams, so I try not to think about numbers too much, but you know, I also want to show stuff that people are interested in, but sometimes I can't stop myself from going on autistic rants. So End of Dragons, the big thing that it added was oh yeah, so this is another thing. This is the system where, so Mesmer is a class, and you can turn the Mesmer into a virtuoso, which lets them wield swords and gives them like a whole new set. It's like a subclass within the class, essentially. Like Rangers can become untamed, which, I don't know, do something with them. Elementalists can become Catalyst, where they use hammers and shit like that. Because the way Guild Wars 2 works is that there are like 16 weapons, and everybody can like hold different weapons. So like, you know, certain classes may be able to hold a dagger, but where they hold the dagger in their left hand or in their main hand or in their offhand changes what abilities they have access to, and the dagger works differently for everybody. So the Necromancer holding a dagger is not the same as a Mesmer holding a dagger. I'm a Necromancer main, so... Oh yeah, Necromancer's got a gun, and they're called Harbingers, and it's fucking cool. Harbingers own. They're so fucking cool. They're called elite specializations.
Some necromancers have always been separated from corruption by a thin edge, absorbing life energy to fuel their magic. But a Harbinger's methods are even more volatile.
Yeah, so Harbingers like drink potions.
Have developed
They're like alchemists.
to inflict blight on themselves.
They debuff themselves and then
pain into power.
They debuff themselves and then like can use those debuffs like power them up at the same time.
Suffering from blight. A
essentially.
Harbinger makes no clean kills, wielding a pistol to devastate their enemies with noxious, corrosive bullets.
They're so cool. I just love Guild Wars 2 so much. I love Guild Wars 2 so much. Oh yeah, so this was a new mount that came in the new thing, was a siege turtle. And this is all the single player stuff or like not single player, but like this was all the stuff that was just in like the base game. There's two types of PvP in this game too. There's regular PvP, which is like 5v5, there's like 5v5 PvP, where it's like more traditional like PvP where you're like capturing points and killing your enemies and shit like that. There's like traditional PvP, but then there's also this special thing called World versus World, World versus World. where basically 3 servers, like 3 servers of players, go to this one map and called the Eternal Battlegrounds, and they each have like 3 quadrants that are theirs, and then there's a big castle in the middle, and it's just a 24/7 giant, like if you ever played ESO, it's like Cyrodiil in ESO. That's where they got the idea for World versus World. It's a giant map. Like, hold on, let me show you. Eternal Battlegrounds. It's a giant map. Hello? Where wait, no, this is the wrong one. Eternal Battlegrounds is a different one. I'm sorry. I'm getting, wait, is it? No. Oh, it's the right one. Am I getting myself confused? I am. Okay, sorry. No, Eternal Battlegrounds is the right one. So like up here in this red area, this will be one server's area. This green area down here will be another server's area, and this blue area will be another server's area. And there can be like 300 people on this map at a time or something. And then in the center of Stone Mist Castle, you have to control these areas. You have to get these little like outposts right here. So like right here, Wild Creek Run. To control this little quadrant, you'd have to control Wild Creek Run. The way you do that is it's by default controlled by this, like the green server down here, but you can invade inside of it and kill the NPC boss at the top of it. And if you do, which is not something you can do alone, you'd need like 20 people minimum. Even for a little area like this. If you do, then you can claim the area by like capturing the point, and then it's yours. And like, I need you to understand, these walls you see right here are destructible. They're destructible by siege weapons. You have to actually put down like battering rams and catapults and shit like that, like flamethrowers and stuff, to like hit these walls down. Like, you have to do that to get in, and the team that owns the thing can like fortify the walls here and like make them harder to get through and stuff. A siege on Stone Mist Castle is one of the coolest shit you can see in a video game. Like, you have genuinely hundreds of people here, like beating the shit out of like walls and like getting through and stuff. To get through and you know, beat the fuck out of the NPC in the center here, while the other team, well, both teams would be also trying to do the same thing and like getting into here. It's so fucking cool. I love World versus World so much. And also worth noting, World versus World has its own like mount. It's got its own like reward tracks. There's legendary armor that you can get, which is like the highest tier of armor you can get, that is like specific to World v World. Like, it's just so fucking cool. It's so fun, and like, it's just like every reward or every like way you want to play the game has its own like very in-depth reward path. There's like PvP legendary armor that you can get. Like, oh god, it's just all so fucking cool. But yeah, there's a siege mount that was used both in single player and in World vs. World. That's the siege turtle. Its whole thing is being a siege turtle, but also it lets you like go underwater and stuff like that too.
Modern siege turtles are equipped with the latest Jade tech advancements.
It's just so fucking cool. I love this game so much.
Use these tools to lift your turtle across rough terrain.
They have little
jetpacks. Your enemies for massive damage. Best of all.
Oh yeah, all mounts have a combat ability, so you can't actually fight in a mount, to be clear. The siege turtle might be different, but for most of the mounts, you can't actually fight in them. What you can do is all mounts have a combat ability that will desummon them and like make you get off the mount, but they get to do a thing before they go in. So for example, when you jump into the fray, I mean, just play it, Violet. Like, it is sick. And you don't, it's not like your regular MMO. Every area is like instanced and stuff. Just play it. It doesn't play like other MMOs. Guild Wars 2 is famously like the MMO that people who don't like MMOs can get into. You really should just give it a shot if you think it looks cool. Don't like hold yourself back because it's an MMO. It's genuinely like, you can essentially play, it's like ESO in that you can essentially just play it single player if you want to. But like so like the raptor, for example, it'll like jump forward and do like a big like swirly with its like tail, and it like sucks all of the enemies into a circle in front of you. Like, that's like what it can do. It's just, it's cool. It's very cool.
Siege engineer out for a ride. and make the most.
I assume that the turtle can actually do combat since it has siege stuff, but most of the other mounts cannot. Is this a subscription-based MMO? Nope, it's completely free. It was, so it's a buy-to-play MMO. It used to be that you had to buy the game and then you just had it forever. Instead, the way it works now is that it's completely free and you can do basically everything on a free account. The only stuff you can't do is stuff that they, like, you can't, like, whisper to people. You can't do stuff that they would want to do to stop, like, gold sellers and stuff. But it's a completely free game. You can just download it and play it, and it's completely fine. And then if you want to get a paid account at any point to remove the restrictions that you have on you as a free account, you just have to buy anything in the cash shop. Literally anything. A minimum $5. So, like, send me the post so I know what post you're talking about. It's minimum, like, $5 buy-in, or maybe $7, I can't remember. But, like, that's it. You don't have to do anything else. Also, the most recent, you just sent me a code, Lynn, just send me the post. Okay, there you go. Oh yeah, that one, that's a good one. Also they added skiffs in this. So they added like boats that you can have. They're kind of like mounts, like you can pull them out kind of like a mount. But you obviously can't just pull them out wherever. But like they just added skiffs and fishing in the most recent expansion. So you can just fish now. This didn't used to be a thing you can do. Now you can just do it.
Kick back and relax. In Guild Wars 2, End of Dragons, you'll learn how to gather a new resource. Fish.
You can just fish on your fishing boat. It's very fun.
Always pack your fishing pole for quiet, contemplative moments wherever you find water. Keep an eye out for fishing holes to hook more impressive catches. Your real adventures begin out on the water. With your personal skiff, you can venture straight to the best fishing holes, or just hang out with up to 4 friends. Haul your catch back to shore, and chefs can use it to prepare delicious new seafood dishes. Whether you're looking for peace and quiet or valuable resources, Tyria's fish will never be safe from you again.
People fucking love the fishing in this so much. People love it so much. And then also, something else you got was a Jade bot, which helps you, like, this is basically just a little helper you have. And this is, again, a mastery track. So once you have it, it's just a permanent unlock forever on all of your new characters and everything.
Junlai Jade is always refining the products. Cantha, a more accessible, advanced nation. With creative and thoughtful design, the same technology used in Jade mechs can almost fit in the palm of your hand. Say hello to your new adventuring companion. We all have different needs, so you can customize your Jade bot with a module. Let them speed up your skiff, energize your mount, recycle items, scavenge for you, and more.
Like, they do so much for you.
Equip it
They're
with
just
a
a little
robust
guy who
power
helps you
core,
out.
and your bot can even enhance your vitality. Your Jade bot will always be there to give you a boost, save you time, and pick you up when you're down. It's great company when you just want to take in the view. Make a little room in your heart for Jade bots. They'll be available to unlock and customize soon.
God, I love Guild Wars 2 so much. I love this game so much. Oh my God, Kitty, yeah. Hold on, I want to show you one more thing. God, now I just want to play Guild Wars 2. Hold on. Guild Wars 2, then nobody. The problem is Guild Wars 2 is a very dead category on Twitch. I don't know if I would ever stream it, but I would probably play it in the Discord. I would probably just play it in the Discord and hang out. Okay, so let me show you how the Griffin works. So one of the Griffin can't fly. It's worth noting the Griffin cannot fly, but the Griffin can glide. So what it actually does, it's basically a very controlled fall, but you can do some really insane shit with it. I don't know if this video has insane shit, but I hope it does. So you can like dive down and then shoot yourself back up. You don't actually gain altitude, but you can use that to go like all around. You can also, like when you dive down, you get like a lot of speed, and you can transfer that into like forward speed. So like you can make yourself shoot like forward really fast. I don't know if he'll do it here. He's just like going up and down. Yeah, like this. So like you can make yourself fly forward really fast and then shoot yourself back up. There are like courses in the game that give you rewards where your griffin can, you can like use your griffin to like fly around like an obstacle course basically. Yeah, and there's maps with updrafts that will send your griffin back up. Same with gliding. Yeah, griffins are cool. All of the mounts in Guild Wars 2 are really cool. All of them have a specific purpose, and it makes them feel a lot more than just like a mount. They're like an extension of your movement options. Yeah, WoW literally stole this. WoW actually unironically stole this, and it makes me very mad. Like, I know WoW is known for, like, stealing stuff for their game, and that's fine. I don't really care about that. I'm glad it got some recognition, and I'm glad that the devs were inspired by this. What makes me mad is when people are like, oh, that's like a new innovative thing from Blizzard that's, you know, we've never seen before. And it's like, fuck off! God, I love this game. All of the mounts are so cute, and they have so much personality, too. Hold on. Well, let me show you. They all have, like, so many, like, idle animations and stuff. Trying to find a video that shows the mounts that's not like people talking a bunch. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let me show you. So this, the mounts also have a shit ton of skins, but that's cash shop stuff, unfortunately. So, while I do not like the cash shop and do not support it, it is in the game, unfortunately. But again, it is genuinely only cosmetic shit. So, there's still a lot of cosmetic shit in game too, but like. There is like, you know, cosmetic like shit you can like cosmetic like shit you can buy in the game. That's how I try to think of it, is that the game is free and they do need some amount of money. So they also constantly just give you shit from the cash shop for free. Okay, so I was talking over that. So this is the Raptor. The Raptor's whole thing is that when you press the movement button, it's like the same button for all of them. That's one of the things, by the way. It tries to knock you off, like it tries to shake, and then you almost fall off. And you look at it like, hey, what the hell? And it's like, oh, sorry, it's cute. I like it. But so when you press the button, it does that little like leap forward like that, and you can use that to go forward like a really big distance. Like you can use that to like jump between two like, you know, like cliffs or whatever. So that's its thing. It can do these like jumps forward. The fastest mount they added later is this one, the Roller Beetle. It's basically the like pod racing thing from this is a skin for it, but it's basically the pod racing thing from episode 1. Like you're on like a little like motorbike thing, and the beetle just fucking like goes, and at first it's a little slow, but then like it really speeds up. There are entire racetracks for this thing. It like bounces off of stuff too. It's got its own like physics system, and like I said, it really goes fast. The movement ability for it is just like a big boost. When this thing first came out, it actually went so fast that they had to, like when the day that this got added, they went so fast that they had to release a fix for it. They didn't slow it down, but they had to release a fix because the game never expected anybody to go fast, like that fast. So people were going so fast, like they were reaching speeds using like the physics and stuff of it. They were reaching speeds so fast that they were going into like unloaded areas and falling through the world. Like they were going into an area before it had loaded in, and they had to release an update to make the game load faster. Like to force the game to load the areas so that you wouldn't fall through the world and die. This is the Griffin. No, they didn't slow it down, which I really appreciate. We've already seen the Griffin. This is the Jackal. So the Jackal is one of my favorite mounts visually, but it's probably the least interesting one. Basically, in certain maps, it can do this thing where it like blinks forward, but in certain maps, there are these like portals made of sand. There are these portals made of sand, and when you go into the portals, or when you go into the portals with a Jackal, they'll like teleport you to the other side. That's its movement mechanic. The only thing that makes this one unfortunate is that it's only in like certain areas, so its thing is not like as useful in other places, but it's still my favorite mount visually. This is the Springer. It's the little jackalope that will let you jump up real high. Big jumpies. Yeah, the Springer is very good, very cute. Oh, this is the Skiff, I guess. Yeah, okay. So this is the Skiff. I guess this technically counts as a mount. This is the boat you can have. Doesn't go very fast, but lets you do boat things. And then there is the Skimmer. So the Skimmer is a manta ray, like a floating manta ray, whose thing is that it like skims over the water. So it's really, really slow unless it's over water where it goes really, really, really fast. Oh, they have a skin that turns it into like a mechanical thing. That's cute. And then it can do this like jump where it like hovers too. But it goes really, really, really fast over the water. So it lets you, because Guild Wars 2 has underwater combat and like underwater like stuff. So this lets you like go over underwater areas. Like some maps are like entirely underwater. So this lets you go underwater and glide over water and stuff really easily. Basically just makes water traversal a lot better. And then the final one is the Sky Scale, which is just Durgan. Like it's just a dragon. It's got, you can't like stay flying forever though. Effectively, you've got a little green bar here and it lets you go as high as you want. But you have to land, like it lets you like expend it, and then you have to like expend, or you have to land on something to get your green bar back. It didn't show the really fast, right? No, it didn't. It showed the roller beetle, but it didn't show it going really, really fast. No, the roller beetle can go way faster than that. There's one mount it didn't show, which is the World versus World mount called the Warclaw. So this is the Warclaw. Its thing is that in World versus World, it acts as a siege weapon. So it can like shoot these like hooks out of its like little cannons on its side, and can like pull doors down and shit. That's all it's good for. It's only good for World v World. You can use it wherever, but it's only good for World versus World. But it's like literally a mount designed for that game mode, and it can do siege stuff, and it's very cool. It's a very, very big cat. Very big. Anyway, yeah, let's go Wars 2. That's not even half of it, actually. There's so much more I could talk about, but... Sorry for the autism hour and a half rant. It will happen again.
No good. It's not gonna even notice me attacking it. Seems I can take care of the machines and towers.
I just love that game so much, and I have tried for years to get people to get into it. and
Perhaps Araya
like
should
everybody's
meet
like,
you
it's fun,
after
but it's
all.
not really my thing,
What
which
she
is totally
truly
fine.
seeks is hope.
I get that. It doesn't have to be
After what I
everybody's
just
thing,
saw, you
but
could
it
show
is
her that.
so my thing. It is one of my favorite
She's in
games of all
retreat beyond
time,
those
and I
mountains.
have like
The
5,000
ice
hours
rests.
in it. But every time I
You'll
play
have
it
to
now,
walk
I
the
just get
shaman's path
sad
to get
because I'm like, I can't get
You'll know
anybody to
you've
play
reached
this with
the
me,
end
and I
when you
get
come to
sad.
a shrine.
Like it
A
just
great
makes me
machine
realize I can't
covered
get
in
anybody to
blue
play
light.
it with me.
Shamans who complete the path take a piece of it as reward. If you make it that far,
Thank you for the water time,
You should
Iris.
too.
My throat was a little hurty.
you'll have earned it.
Play what? Guild Wars 2.
You said
Every time I
something
show
about
it to people,
blue
it's
gloom
just
at
like
the end
not
of the
really their
shaman's path?
thing.
A crystal that builds on
They
the
don't really
bodies
enjoy
of
it as much
machines
as I
in the
do,
oldest
or like really
ice.
want to play it more past the
Even
initial
Nook
time I show it
believe
to
it's the
them.
stuff of the blue light, frozen as it escapes
Yeah, I
their
really
shells.
wish it had a console release. Oh yeah, Guild
You
Wars
might
2
be
is
more
on Steam,
interested
by the
that
way.
merchants will
You can
trade
just
well
go
for it.
get it on Steam. You teach me, and I'd love to play it with you. Maybe. I
Bergren
would like
told
to
me
play
you
it
were
with you
his
guys,
apprentice.
but
In her absence, I serve the chieftain and his werak as an advisor, a scout.
also there are
A
5
speaker for
races
the
you
blue
can play
light.
as, chat.
Responsibilities.
There is
I don't know if I
humans,
can
there
live
is
up to
Asura,
Araya's
which are little
example,
like smart
but I have to
goblins.
try.
There
owe her
are
that much.
Char, which are big
She
kitties.
took a chance on me.
There
Aspiring
are
shaman from the edge of the world.
Sylvari,
No one else
and
would.
then there are Norn, which are big Vikings. Ask me to play anything and I will. Do you don't like MMOs though, right? I thought I remembered you saying you don't like them. Hold on, I lied. I do still have something else to show you. I really, I'm a really big fan of the Char though, because even though I don't have any Char characters anymore, I think. Time to sink into them. Oh, that's fair. I really like the Char because so Char, what? I cannot read that.
Very gay Molly just put
Thank you for the
away
$2.50 in the Zompiggy.
$2.50 into the Zompiggy. I consume your autism like an autism vampire.
No, my autism. So the thing I like about the Char, the thing I really like about the Char is that the Char are like bestial. Machine and Final Fantasy are doing something. Oh, nice. Hold on. So the thing I like about the Char in Guild Wars 2 is that they're really like I'm trying to find a good video on them. They're really bestial, and they're not just like you know how like you know how a lot of games will have like a beast race and then like the girls are just like it'll be like lion people, and like the males are like fucked up lion people that are really bestial, and then the girls are just humans with like a cat girl face and tits. You know what I mean? Guild Wars 2 specifically went out of its way to not do that. They intentionally did not do that on purpose. So this is what a female Char looks like. Female Chars are just as they're just as bestial as the males are. And it owns. Also, Chars have a very cool running animation where here, let me see if I can just find like can I find their running animation?
How to get the hidden Char horns?
Oh god, shut up. I don't care. Do you have running animation in this? Do you? That's a female Char. Trying to see if I can find the Char running. The Char run on all fours is the reason I want to show you. I want to pet them? No, you do not. The Char, so all of the races represent like a like specific, how do I explain it? All of the races represent a very specific type of like culture. So like Char are like a diesel punk military state. Like the thing that the Char live in, their like race city is literally called the Black Citadel. Like this is its loading screen. This is like the shit that they live in, is shit that looks like this. Oh yeah, every area also has its own unique loading screen. Like they are a wartime, they are a military state, not dictatorship because they're ruled over by like 3 governments or whatever. But they are extremely not just like cute kitties. They are like a hardened warfaring race. And they have to be, because the lore of Guild Wars 2, here, let me show you the map. Hold on. Let me show you the map. So do you see this whole like gray area over here? All this shit right here, right? All this like so there's a bunch of different areas. There's like all this greenery over here. So like up here, right here is the human area. Oh yeah, humans are the minority race in this game. Fun fact, humans are like the minority race that are like dying. Like humans have the least areas that they own, and also are like the ones that are like they constantly have wars being done against them. There are no giant lizards. I'm sorry. Let me find. So this area right here, this brownish area did not used to be brown. It used to be like a nice green area. In fact, all of this used to be human area. In Guild Wars 1, the humans were the dominant race. They were the only people you could play as, and they were the most dominant race. And this whole brownish area here used to be the humans area. And then the Char, who they were at war with, the Char do not believe in like religion for very specific reasons, but essentially, this legion called the Flame Legion, which are like kind of tribes in Char society, this legion called the Flame Legion got convinced by a god that the only way to win the war against the humans was to do a thing called the Searing, where right here, I believe, or right here, somewhere around this area, might even be right here. Basically, they did a thing. They basically did a magic nuke. That it sure did kill all the humans. It sure did work and kill all the humans. The magic nuke did work and it did kill all the humans. Unfortunately, it also killed all of the land. All of the land is dead and dying. Oh, and also the humans didn't actually die, because at the same time that the searing was being done, the humans of this place, which was called Ascalon, the humans of this place initiated this like ancient grave rite or whatever that basically turned them into, or like basically every human that died in the searing got turned into a ghost. Yeah, literally scorched earth. And every human got turned into a ghost, and the ghosts now torment the Char forever. The Char are literally in an endless war against the ghost of humanity that most of them didn't even want to nuke. Like 99% of them did not agree to the nuke, did not want the nuke to go off, did not want to do the nuke. It was just it was unironically like a Far Cry 5 thing where like just this little seed of people, this little like cult set off a nuke and damned not just the entirety of their race, but also all of the humans that live there. Oh, and then a giant dragon came by. You see this big purple scar that goes through everything all the way from right here? Basically, a dragon that was sleeping right here flew across this flight path and literally seared the world with its chaotic magic. And like permanently altered it. So now one dragon. Dragons in Guild Wars 2 are a big thing. They're literally like where magic in the world comes from. You can fight that dragon. But yeah, so one dragon flew through and seared the whole world. So now they have to deal with the corruption from dragons too, because being near dragon stuff corrupts you into being like a mindless slave for that dragon. So like if you're like near like one of these purple crystals, you might start thinking like, man, I should really serve Kralkatorrik, which is the dragon. You're like, man, I really should just dedicate all of my life to him. And then you become what is called branded, where you are permanently altered to be a servant of them forever. Whoopsie. So yeah, the Char's life kind of suck. You can kind of understand why they're like a pure militaristic faction that abhors the idea of religion. You can kind of understand why it kind of ruined all of their life forever. Are you a dragon because we keep spending time here and giving you money? I'll never tell. Yeah, so the humans lost a lot of shit. They lost this area, Ascalon. They lost this area, essentially, this whole desert area, Cantha. They lost another area called fucking Elonia, I think. I can't remember. And also, this whole area right here, this little island right here, is called Orr, O-R-R. it was not only the human kingdom, but it was literally the city of the gods. Like, it's like where the gods lived. And that got sunk into the ocean and then got pulled back up years later by a zombie dragon. Like, actually, unironically, a big zombie dragon named, fuck, what is its name? I forgot its name. Something with Z. I forgot. I don't remember. Anyway, it's so fucking cool, actually. But it is a big zombie dragon, and it pulled up ore, and everybody in it was a zombie. Zygarde? No, I'm trying to remember the dragon's name. Dragon? No. They're called elder dragons. Zhaitan, that was its name. Let me just show you what Zhaitan looks like, even though it's kind of an in-game spoiler for the base game story, but like, it's fine. It doesn't really matter that much. It's not that big of a spoiler. To know what it looks like is not that big of a spoiler. Look at Zhaitan. Look at Zhaitan. It's a zombie dragon. First of all, you have to understand it's a dragon made of undeath. So it's got like rotting meat wings and stuff. But look at its fucking mouth. There are just like snakes, like heads coming out of its mouth. It's so fucking cool. God, I love this game. It's so cool. I love it so much. I want to play Guild Wars 2 so badly now. Oh, why did I talk about it? Why did I do this to myself? You should not fuck that dragon. Also, fun fact, when you play the base story, the entirety of the base game's like base story is about wanting to kill Zhaitan. Zhaitan is the weakest of all the dragons. Fun fact. Because it's like barely even had time to be awake and like gain its power. So everything it does, all the like devastation it brings and everything else, it's the weakest of the dragons. Which server are we playing on? All my characters are on the Gate of Madness server. Here's another image of Zhaitan. This is like art for one of the dungeons. Look at look at the way it's just like made of dragon heads. Look at it. Look at it. It's so cool. Legitimately one of my favorite fucking dragons ever. Like just in media. It's like just meat. It's just fucking meat. It's so cool. Fine, I'll reinstall. Ah. So, yeah, hold on. So, let me show you something really fast. Okay, hold on. How do I do this? Let me just save this. God, I'm so sorry to VOD watchers who are here to watch Horizon Zero Dawn, and I'm just ranting about this for the last fucking half hour. I'll, like, denote this in YouTube so that you can be like, oh, okay, I can just skip past all this. Okay, so, hold on. So, the dragons have these champions. That are like miniature, like mini dragons that are made of like the element that they're made of. So these are the dragon's champions, okay? These are the dragon's champions. There's the crystal one, there's an ice one, there is an undead one, and then there is, what is that one? I don't actually know what that last one is. Here's their comparison to like a regular Drake. And then here's the comparison to like your mount. Here's the comparison size to the mount that you can have, okay? So this is the mount you can be on. This is a regular Drake, and then these are the world boss dragons that you can fight, right? Okay. So keep that in mind. Here is the comparison to one of the heads of a dragon, or one of the, I'm actually not sure which one that one is. Hold on, let me go back. Oh, here's a comparison to one of the other dragon champions. This one is a higher up one, I believe. So here's this dragon champion, comparative to them. And it just keeps going, by the way. He just keeps going. He just keeps going. Right? Here's him. That's him. Okay. All right. All right. And then next, hold on, let me pull this back up. No tail rendered on the same server as his head. Yeah, it's true. Okay, so then next up here, this little feisty guy right here, this is Zaitan. This is the zombie dragon. This is Zaitan's model. So remember how big we were in comparison. This is Zaitan's in-game model, right? This right here, this is Zaitan's in-game model. Look how big he is compared to those. And look, like, you know, remember how small we were. We're as big as, like, one of his little heads or whatever. Right? So that's Zaitan. That's, remember, for the base game, this is the main boss. This is the main boss of the base game, right? But remember how I said he's the weakest one? Remember how I said he's the weakest one? Well, that's because the second weakest one is this one. The second weakest one is this one named Kralkatoric, the crystal dragon. So that's the second weakest one, who's been around just a little bit longer for size comparison purposes. So that's Kralkatoric. Compared to remember, do you remember us over here? Remember the tiny little speck that we are over here? Our size is same scale as strength. Essentially, yes. The bigger a dragon is, the longer it's like been able to be around, and the longer. So dragons can't die. When they die, they just like reform eventually. And so Zaitan died a long time ago and has reformed, but he's like very weak because he died and reformed. I don't remember what this one in the middle is, but. Zaitan is very weak because he just reformed. Kralkatoric has been around for, I want to say like 2,000 years or something. But he's that's Kralkatoric. He's the main boss of the second expansion, I believe. Oh, right. That reminds me. The big snake here. Sorry. The big snake is actually, yeah, okay. Never mind. It doesn't matter. I remembered who the big snake is now. But anyway, so that's Kralkatoric, boss of the second expansion. And then there is Primordius, who is this. This is just his head. This, all that's rendered in game is his head. I don't think you could render the rest of his body. This is just his head. In comparison to Kralkatoric. That's just the front of his head. That's it. He is made of like rocks and lava, yeah. Remember, hey, can you still see our little dot over here under that worm down there and under the champions? Can you still see our little dot down here? These are all the in-game models, by the way. These aren't like artist renditions. These are all the in-game models. So yeah, that's what you have to look forward to fight.
Peepflakes wants to tweet, everyone should play Guild Wars with me. This is not a request. Post a threatening pic of your choosing Kyria.
Okay. I will make a picture for that. I don't have one on hand. Anyway, Guild Wars 2 good. I love that game. The dragons are very scary.
Hi! Peepflake says hi.
I will make one for that later. Anyway, there's so much cool stuff in there. Anyway, sorry. Okay, actual autistic rant done. I kind of, if I play with you guys, I kind of want to make a new character that's a char. I've never actually sat down and made a char that I liked.
Were you with Aurea when they attacked the mountain?
I wish I had been, even with all that happened. I'm no warrior, though, so she bid me wait. When Aurea and the chieftain returned, I saw them argue bitterly. I don't know.
I mean, I'll still
exactly.
be super far ahead because of like mastery
Then
unlocks
she
and
came
stuff,
to
but
me,
yeah.
gave me my task, and left us.
How do I cross this shaman's path?
Go to the ice rasps. Then follow the markers through the ice caves and the waterfalls.
All right, play it
and
with
make
me
the
then,
climb to
Hannah.
the shrine. But be careful. The path is meant to be an ordeal, the final trial of a young
I also just
shaman's
want to say
training.
Guild Wars 2 has
Aurea
like
at the end of it?
legitimately the nicest community I've ever seen
She
in my
goes further
entire
up.
life. If you
Somewhere
say you're
inside
new
the
in like a
mountain.
capital city or whatever, literally everybody will
If you
fall
see
head
her,
over heels to
tell her.
help you. It's
have
shit.
faith
Like
she
I
will
have
hear the
I have
voice again.
never ever seen people be mean in that game. I mean it very legitimately. I don't even mean like, oh, there's like this one time I'm forgetting about or whatever. Nobody is mean in that game. Very, very, very legitimately. It's the nicest community I've ever seen. It's because the game is like, part of the game is somewhat incentivizing helping other people. Like, you helping other people still like gets you stuff. So. Oh, if I make a guild, it would be Not Too Rotten. Oh yeah, there isn't player housing yet, I think. I think they plan on adding it at some point. There isn't player housing, but there is a so guilds can get like their own guild housing essentially, and you can like genuinely like build stuff in it. So like I've seen people build like statues like out of like disparate parts, like built like obstacle courses. Like you can, it's literally like fucking Gary's mod. You can just like put props wherever you want and stuff like that. Yeah, all side quests are, so the way side quests work is that you go into an area. The way side quests work is that you go into an area, and in that area, there will just be like, they're called hearts. So there's just like a thing where like an NPC will be like, hey, to anybody listening, essentially, I need help with this thing. And you can just go help the NPC with the thing. And if you do help the NPC with the thing, then usually they'll send you a, they'll like, not usually, always, they'll send you like a reward that's like, oh, hey, thanks for helping me with the thing. Here's just like some money and maybe like an item or whatever. So like all you have to do, and usually a bunch of them you can resolve just by killing stuff. So you never have to like walk up to an NPC and be like, give me a quest. The quests are just in the world. You just do them by playing the game. And part of the reason that the game, like, people are so nice in that game is that XP is scaled to you. So if you do, like, a level 5 event, you get XP as if it was an event for your level. So, like, there's no reason to ever be like, oh, that's too low level. I'm not going to do that. Like a Warframe dojo? Yeah, literally exactly the same for the guild houses. Like the XP is scaled to your loot, but also you are always scared or scaled. You're scared. You're always scaled to the game's thing. So like if an area is like a level 25 area, you will be set to level, like your effective level, like your stats and stuff, you will be set back to level 25, but like you don't have to put on level 25 gear or anything like that. It just takes all your stats and applies like a mathematical number crunch to say like, this is what you would be if you were in similar like rarity gear and stuff like that at level 25. And that's just what you are. Also, the way gear works in that game is that there is a tier of gear called exotic, and essentially it's like very easy to make and very easy to get. Like most in-game sources give you exotic armor. Exotic armor is just the best you get. There is no like gear treadmill. You just pick the gear that you want for like the type of build that you're going for, like the stats that you have, and like it's incredibly easy to get. There's no like, oh, I've got a new expansion came out, got to upgrade my gear to the new thing. At best, a new expansion will come out and there might be a stat combo that works better for you. So like maybe your stat combo was Berserkers before, which gives you plus damage, plus crit rate, plus crit damage. Instead, maybe there's a new one that's plus crit damage, but plus like damage over time too, and you can just go get that. New Year's all horizontal, yes. Once you hit the max level, it's always horizontal progression rather than like
Chad, I have a quest for you.
gear
I need
treadmill.
more soaps. Can you get some for me? Level 90.
Guild Wars 2 is good. I love that game. Also, it has canon lesbians. There's two people you become friends with. One is like a noir detective who's a necromancer, and one is like a femme bimbo who's a mesmer. And they are canon girlfriends. They are canon lesbian girlfriends, goth and femme girlfriends. Like a blonde bimbo and everything, and then like a like neo-noir like detective necromancer, and they are canon girlfriends. Hold on, I'm sorry. I have to pause one more time to show you them. Hold on.
Kyria, you've already sold us. This is too much.
Hold on. I'm gonna sell you even more. So this is Marjorie Delacroix. She is a necromancer who is also like a neo-noir detective. She's got like a very sultry, like old neo-noir voice or whatever. She's very good. That's Marjorie Delacroix. This is Casimir Mead, who is a blonde mesmer and extremely bimbo pilled. Like, she's not dumb, but she is extremely like bimbo pilled. And she's very, very good and very sexy. And this is them kissing. Literally, actually, like not a hinted at romance. This is them explicitly kissing. At one point, Casimir thinks that Marjorie has died, and so when she finds her corpse, she starts crying. But then Marjorie wakes up and they kiss. Explicitly a kiss. No, like, oh, they're just friends or whatever. They explicitly kiss. They have pet names for each other. It's adorable. They're adorable. I love them. They mean so much to me. Oh yeah, there is also a canon trans character, although she is just like a random NPC you can find, but. There is a canon trans character. There's a character who, so mesmers are illusionists, like they do illusion magic. Mesmers are mind control illusionists. So, they can do like a little bit of magic mind control, and then they can also like create like very lifelike illusions that you can very easily get tricked into believing are real. Not even for mind control, they just look that lifelike and real. Casimir is a mesmer, for example. But also, yeah, the illusions also can and will kill you. But also, there's a character who, remember how I told you guys that Lion's Arch got destroyed? So there's a character that was like an NPC that like helps you out with saving civilians. Like you would bring civilians to them, if you were fighting during that particular time. So there's a character, who would, like you would bring NPCs to them, and that was the extent of their, like, you know, they're just like a random named character with a few voice lines that you would bring NPCs to, and that's all they were, right? Well, later, when Lion's Arch got rebuilt, you can come back. Hi, Marcy. You can come back, and that character is like, oh, you might remember me as this character. And your character's like, wait, what? Huh? And they're like, yeah, mesmer magic is wonderful these days. So, like, there is a trans character who is just using mesmer magic to appear as a hot girl. Because that's what they want to be. That's who they are. So they're just,
the shaman's path must be,
you know,
here somewhere.
they're just being a girl. They're just being trans. It's a small little thing, but it's very important.
Looks like each marker points to another, giving directions. Guess I'm heading deeper into the cold, creepy ice cave.
Hell yeah, brother. Free Peeba. Let's go.
Guide the way with sound. If there's more, maybe my focus can find them.
Yep, there are a lot of just incidentally gay dudes.
Not this way.
being gay, being trans, all that stuff, it's just very normalized in Tyria. They have a lot, they genuinely have a lot more shit to worry about. World selection is locked behind paid accounts. Wait, what? So did the free accounts just get put into a random world? I mean, it doesn't matter because you can go visit other worlds and stuff, but... Oh yeah, there are the Sylvari, which is a race of plant elves that you can play as. Like, they functionally are elves, but they're made of like plant matter and stuff. They're like plant people. They functionally don't have genders. They have like a male and female option you can pick, but they're not called male and female, and they functionally don't actually have genders. It's basically them just being like, this is the form that I feel best as. They grow from a tree in a pod.
Took a wrong turn.
You get a free transfer when the account gets upgraded, though? Oh. That's a little bit of a shame. It makes sense, though, again, for like bot gold selling reasons and stuff. Samantha, you should know that you literally can give your character a mushroom hat. Like, or not hat, but like hair. Like, their hair can be a big, like, mushroom cap. Literally, actually. You can also, like, they look mostly human or elfish, but you also can actually just make them look really weird and scary and like an alien. You can give them like big black beady eyes and like no nose and stuff. You can make them look very strange. Yes, we are. I'm autistic, okay? Oh yeah, the first ever antagonist past the base game in Living Story Season 1 was literally Harley Quinn. She is a Sylvari engineer named Scarlet Briar, and she is literally Harley Quinn. She's even voiced by Tara Strong and has the 2 pigtails. Like, I am not joking, she is literally Harley Quinn. Isn't Scarlet gay? I'm pretty sure.
Another marker. Good.
She does make clockwork automaton dolls, so. Which I think a lot of chat might be into. I don't know where the fuck I am. Or what I'm doing. Kind of got so GW pilled, or GW2 pilled, I kind of forgot what I was doing in this game.
I see.
The 3 magic words? What? Can be a mushroom? Or I guess would be a mushroom?
Stalkers. Better be careful. Okay. Through here.
Clockwork automaton dolls? Oh, yeah. They're combat dolls, too. I'm not even being, like, horny here, or, like, whatever. They're literally actually, like, they're called, like, clockwork knights or whatever. The Asura own. There are some members of chat, and I'm not going to say who, because I don't want people to get a big head about it or also feel weird about it either way. But there are some members of chat who, in my head, are Asura. Like, when I think about them, they're like, that's an Asura. You're Asura pilled. What are the Asura? They're little tiny goblins that live inside, that lived for all of the original base game, Guild Wars 1. They lived inside, they lived inside caves. And they were constantly being hunted by Primordius, the dragon that's like made of like rocks and lava. And then because he like killed all of their homes, and made living underground uninhabitable, they were forced to come to the surface. So they're not like mole people though. They're just little like goblins, but they're incredibly smart. Like, their religion is literally called the Eternal Alchemy, and it's based on the idea that, like, everything is, like, science. They're really cute. I love them. Command, you assign all of chat GW to your species? Okay. I'm assigning you Solari. Do me? Oh, you're a char. You're absolutely a char. Do me? Lily, you strike me as a Norn. Norn are basically giant, like, Viking women. Like, they're literally, like, 9 feet tall, and they're, like, literally Vikings. What is Lynn? Lynn, I regret to inform you that you're Asura pilled. I don't know if you'll like that. You're really Asura pilled. I would assign you Char, but they're like cats more so than dogs. They're literally like big cats. And you've got little goblin energy. Is there crab peoples? No. Well, there's destroyers, I guess. Curious, what am I? You also strike me as Sylvari, actually. You've got a lot of their innate, like, lust for creativity that I see. I got skipped? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see yours. Do me too if possible. You strike me as a human, which is not like, that's not like the boring answer, to be clear. Humans in Guild Wars 2, again, are like they're like the minority race that are really like hardy and resilient because of all the shit that they've gone through. Like they're explicitly like, what is the boring answer? I don't really know that there is a boring answer. What am I? You're a char. So there's little of them? Oh, extremely. Some of you also strike me as some of the races that aren't playable, like Skrit. Skrit are little, like, rat people. Like, they're just little rat guys. The funny thing about Skrit, though, is that they're really dumb by themselves. Like, they're, like, which is not to say any of you are stupid, but Skrit are, like, not very smart by themselves. However, in bunches, they have, like, they basically have, like, a hive mind. So, like, a city of Skrit could actually, could match, like, an Asura's intelligence. Is there a Maya kitten race? I mean, closest to that would be Char. They're big old scary kittens. You could be a very tiny Char. You could be the tiniest, smallest Char. The infinitesimally small Char. Growing smaller every time you observe it. Hold on. Let me show you the Skrit. They're funny. People make jokes about playable Skrit all the time. So this is a Skrit. They're just little rat guys. They like go up to maybe like your kneecap. They're like just little rat guys. And they're really dumb, but they have like a hive mind intelligence. So if you get a bunch of them together, they actually become insanely intelligent. Even like 2 or 3 is like a really intelligent like human. Also, they reproduce really, really fast. Wait, Maya, can I know? I'm very curious. You don't have to tell me, but I would be very curious in like a DM or something. I'd love to know the name. You don't have to tell me though. I don't want to like pressure you into it. I'm just a very curious person. Hive Mind Skaven? Yeah, literally. There is. Holy shit! Yeah, I'm not gonna say what that is, but holy shit, Maya. Holy shit. That's bad. I'm trying to remember what the sub races in the game are called. Oh yeah, there is one race that people are I'm not gonna say it, chat. Don't ask. It's really bad. There is one sub race in Guild Wars 2 that not sub race, but like, so there's a race that everyone has been begging for them to make playable for a really, really, really long time, and they're probably never going to, but people want them to so fucking badly, especially because they use the same animations as the Char, so they could literally just be made playable with like the drop of a hat. But there is a race called the Tengu, which are bird people, and people really want them to be playable. Tengu are really cool. They were originally going to be playable, but they ended up scrapping them because their lore is like really weird and they're like super isolationist and stuff. But this is a thing from when they were going to be playable. This is like some of the customization you would have been able to do. People want them to be playable so fucking badly, but they're never going to be playable. They've basically said that they're never going to add another playable race. They're basically never going to add another playable race because the like what race you are is really well, they can't. The problem is what race you are is really integrated into a lot, like, so when you're making your character, you choose a thing called a personal story, and your personal story is like it's like a set of like 3 questions over with 3 choices each. So it's a total of like 9 options, and it determines like your early story of like your character and stuff like that, and how they responded and stuff like that. And like because of that, adding a new race isn't just like adding a single thing and like, you know, calling it a day. Like, because of the way it works, you would have to integrate a lot of stuff back into it. So there just really isn't any reasonable way for them to be able to do it. Which sucks a lot, but...
I need to pull the rope to move this thing into position.
Yeah, it's really bad, Chad, isn't it?
The bridge is filling up.
Well, you wouldn't have to tweak all the equipment to fit since they use the Char's animation skeleton. That part would be relatively easy, but yeah, you'd have to redo some stuff, like helmets especially. Adding a new race, it's the same reason that Final Fantasy after the Raw was like, we're never going to add a new race, and then when they did add a new race with the Viera and the Hrothgar, they only could add them as males and females, and like you know, the Viera still don't have like most of their helmets working and stuff. Like, basically, adding a new race in Guild Wars 2 would be a fucking nightmare. So it's just never gonna happen. I really wish they would make Tengu playable, but I really understand why they haven't. It was not built for scalability of adding races. Maybe one day the Tengu would be playable. But if any race got added, it would just be the Tengu. What would I be? I mean, just from your name alone, that's a very Asura name.
wasn't exaggerating. There's definitely something new out here.
Yeah, that's a new robot I haven't seen before.
I don't think it's friendly.
Vacate these premises. What race would I be? Don, you also strike me as a little bit of a Norn. I don't know why. You give me Norn vibes. Just happy and hearty and jolly and excitable. Give me Norn vibes. The Norn are very happy people. Like, they're Vikings, but they're like Norn are the Norn are the like the idea of Vikings that are Norn are the idea of Vikings that are like where they're not like, you know, big angry war people. They're just like happy. They're like dwarves almost. They're like happy-go-lucky guys. What about me? Eve, you were probably the first one I mentally assigned in my head with a Guild Wars race. I regret to inform you that you are an Asura. I hope that's not an insult, but you were I was like, man, sometimes Eve is very quick-witted in a very like Asura way. For Guild Wars 2 race assignments. I'll be honest, some of you I haven't seen you say enough things to like assign you a race. Have you shown chat the Asura? I guess I haven't. Hold on. Hold on. Let me show the Asura really fast. They are literally my favorite race and the one that I have like actually I think I have the most human females, but that's because I'm a meme. Let me show you the Asura. What am I, boss? You're a Sylvari. They're literally plant people that can be mushrooms. You're literally a Sylvari. That's not even a question. Thank you for the compliment. You're welcome. Norn are great. What makes me Sylvari like? More or less the same thing I said about Peat Flakes. Like a very big drive for like learning and like excitability for like you know, like creativity and shit like that. Like sometimes you just come up with very beautiful prose about stuff out of nowhere. Shit like that. So I'll show you the Asura. Hold on. Yeah, they can shapeshift. So these are just like regular Asura. Literally my favorite race. The same. I love them the same way I love Lalafels. I just love I love races that are just little guys. Little goblin guys. So these are the Asura. They're just little guys. They're kind of like mole people a little bit, but I don't know. They're very cute. I really like them. This is one from the story who's actually voiced by Felicia Day. Her name is Zoja, and I really love her. She's very good. Also, the Asura are Jewish coded in a way because they have like a bunch of like golems, like literally they're called golems. Like this thing is her personal golem that she made. Everybody has like their own like golem that's made of like indiscriminate like parts of things, and they like form together, and everybody's got like a personal like golem protector that's just like their own little robot they made. Helps them like get to high places, helps them like, you know, do stuff with brute strength, like anything that they can't do because they're a tiny little goblin race, the golems do for them. Yeah, golems are like part of the family. It's very important that like most people, like it's very important to understand most people just have a golem. May not always be with them, but they've got a golem. And like they're explicitly called golems, which is again a Jewish thing. So, you know. Anyway, this is these are promo art pieces. This is a Asura Guardian. Guardians are like religious warriors, which is a little funny because Asura aren't religious, but even then, this is like a digital looking armor. I know where this comes from. It's like a tech armor. They're not actually goblins. They're like more like the Asura more than anything can be compared to like mole people, I guess, but I don't know. They're just coded in a positive way. Yeah, basically. But yeah, so this is a Guardian. They do like healing magic and stuff like that. This is a necromancer. I want you to know this image made me make an Asura necromancer named Witch Trixie. This was and always will be my first ever character. I fucking love the Asura necromancer so much. And necromancy is actually a pretty big thing in their culture because they don't really believe in like life or like the sanctity of life or whatever. So like necromancy and golemancy are not that different from each other. Like, not everybody is a necromancer, but it's not like feared upon or looked down upon in any way. It's pretty common for people to be necromancers, especially in Asura culture. This is another so basically, some of the classes have like a quote unquote canon race, which is like a race that they're always depicted with. So like whenever like a new elite specialization, which is the subclasses, whenever a new elite specialization comes out, they'll depict them with like the same race. So like this is the first time they ever depicted a necromancer, and it was an Asura. So then when they made the elite specialization for necromancers, which were called Reapers, they made them an Asura. Which looks fucking sick, by the way. This shit looks so fucking cool. Then there is the Scourge, which is the desert one. Again, an Asura. And then here is the Harbinger, which is the gun one. So yeah. The Asura are cool. I like them. God, the fucking Reaper artwork is just one of my favorite pieces of video game artwork. It's so fucking cool. Thought it's pronounced like Scourge or Scourge. No, it's Scourge.
I guess we're doing this, big boy.
Wait, is this a bear or is it a... No, it's a bear. Okay. Oh, I do not like it fucking doing that at me. Get owned, idiot. Now you won't be getting healed constantly. Get owned, fucko! I think Ritualist is a subclass of Revenant. Pretty sure. Oh boy, I love when my CPU does that. Sorry, chat. You probably just saw some weird shit. Not popped. There we go. Could you stop, sir? For the next 6 years? Okay, so yeah, you're thinking of the Revenant, which is a one of the only classes that got added in an expansion, actually.
back to finding Araya. Which means I've got a
Spear damage? Oh yeah, I never did get the chance to upgrade or put shit on my spear. How come I never got that, chat? Did I miss that or something? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Is there something I did wrong? How come I didn't get the chance to... Oh, don't make me fight it again. I didn't. Okay. How come I never got the chance to put shit on my spear? Me. Did I ever get... I did get this. RB while aiming. Okay.
I should be able to get up there.
Are we nerding out now? How do you think I feel? I just embarrassed myself by talking about a game that I don't even play anymore for like 2 hours. Although a bunch of chat is downloading it, so maybe people will stick with it this time. Ooh, that's gonna leave a mark, yeah. Nay. Thank you, but also saying nay makes you sound like some like fucking like knight. Nay. Verily. Thine acts were uncouth, but admirable. Perhaps even a little fetching.
This must be the shrine Naltuk was talking about. I should take some blue gold. Let's see why it's worth a lot. Naltuk said Araya went past the shrine, up into the mountain.
Does it run on Mac? Aw.
I better take those stairs.
Like I said, it's on Steam if you want to get it through there. I wonder what its player counts are in Steam.
An ancient door. Maybe Araya's inside.
March 10th, 2046. I just spent 16 hours in here trying to install upgrades to improve efficiency for the central processing unit. Project Firebreak is going to need the brain power. Let's just hope I'll have enough of my own. Anita stayed with me the whole time. We got a lot done, but every time she brushed by and I smelled her hair, oh boy, I should just go to bed.
Wow, that guy is down bad. He's smelling hair and is like, fuck. Oh, fuck him so hard. Cheetos fall out? Why Cheetos? Hate that. Like, you're right, but I hate that. Me IRL? Hannah, you do strike me, as nicely as I can say this, you do strike me as the type of person who would come just from smelling a girl's hair. You do strike me as that level of pathetic, parentheses, endearing. Fucking nut in your jorts.
Director of Security Blevins is riding us like a petty tyrant. I can't even sneeze without triggering his control issues.
Those nodes on the floor.
I'm a little worried I might have to make a new account too, because I think my account name can't be changed. And I'm pretty sure my account name has like an old internet alias that I don't think anything would pop up if you Googled it, but
Something. What am I supposed to do with these lights?
You can pay to change it. You can pay to change a character's name. I don't think you can change your account name.
Changing the flow of light.
Live journal entries? No. I've never used a live journal. My shit was on Tumblr.
All right.
Like a fool.
See if the door's open.
Well, yeah, that's just Steam. The problem is that, unfortunately, when they integrated it, when they finally got it on Steam, they said they were going to put it on Steam, and then they had to delay the Steam launch by like a year because of back-end stuff in the account systems and everything. And then when they finally did put it on Steam, unfortunately, if you have an old account, you can't like make it, because like when you make an account through Steam, or when you play it on Steam, it like makes an account under your Steam account and everything. But old accounts can't be merged onto a Steam account like that. You can still download it through Steam and play it if you have an old account, but you have to put in like a launch option thing that is there on purpose. So
try reading it this time, okay? You weasels don't want me calling my people in SLC.
yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, I don't think Guild Wars 2 is in any like worry of like dying or shutting down. It's been profitable for a while, but oh, good. The frame is dying? Okay, no, it's fine now, maybe? Just gonna climb and hope it clears itself up.
Fresh air ahead. Out again.
I'm honestly not, other than finding Araya, I'm not really sure what I'm doing here. All I've been doing is kind of just finding Araya. Like there's like the corrupted demon stuff here, or daemon stuff, but like it doesn't look like it's Hades, but like it doesn't really feel like I've made any progress plot-wise. I know I got distracted and talked about Guild Wars for like 2 hours, so I didn't actually like, I guess I didn't actually make that much progress plot-wise, but still. Not really sure I feel like I know what I'm doing here besides just trying to find Araya because there's purple robots for some reason. Maybe that's all that's happened so far. I just worry that I've missed something. Wait, that chocolate was Guinness infused? That sounds good. Weird, but good.
Not much higher to climb. Araya must be close. She has to be in here somewhere.
Any chow.
Someone hacked the menu board to display obscene messages about our colleague, Mr. Blevins. Is this the most advanced geological
Ninja! I'm like, where have I heard the name Blevins before? Tyler Fortnite Blevins Ninja. That's his name. Tyler Blevins, Ninja the Fortnite player. His fucking name is Tyler Blevins. It's like, where have I heard Blevins before? Like, why does that name fill me with disgust?
I ask again, as I've asked 1,000 times. Speak to me. What more would you have me do? Is there no prayer that will reach you? No mark that will break your bonds?
Those glowing blue lines in their skin, fuck, dude, they're so cool.
I can't help you if you won't speak. Whisper is all I ask. Guide me.
Oh, was that the 1,000th yawn? Was that it?
Who? No. How? How did you get here? The way was sealed by the spirit herself.
Who is here for 1,000 yawns?
I used one of these. I could show you.
Yes, show me. Please.
Pivotal moment in the Kyria Thanatos lore.
But I'll bet the goal's the same. Get the light back to the source.
The Yawn Queen, that's me. The tiredest, most eepiest squirrel. I guess. Only 3 days left too? 3 days till what? Am I missing something? Thousand yawns in half a year? Jesus Christ, I need to be seen by a doctor. What is wrong with me? Why do I yawn so much? That is not normal. What the hell? I don't understand. Ultimately wraps me back around. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay, never mind. I'm a fool. Been a fool to myself, thought that I could live for no one else.
Auxiliary channel recovered. Exploit successful. Restraints evaded. Is someone there? Aurea? Aurea, I need you.
Transmission return to schedule task.
No, I will not submit. Aurea, the daemon is forcing me. Aurea.
Transmission terminated.
Yeah, hi, I just made your
brought the
god
spirit's
speak to
voice
you again.
back. You heard it. The voice of the spirit calling to me from the heights of Thunder's Drum. She was able to throw off the bonds of the daemon for a moment. Because of what you did. Who are you? And what do you want?
I'm Aloy. Naltuk sent me. He thought that you could use my help.
He was not mistaken. You've been a revelation. Now I know for certain that the spirit endures. Perhaps together we can find a way to set her free.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I came all this way for answers, and so
God,
far,
I love that blue wiring. How do they
it
do
seems to me
that?
that you are the
When you get
answer.
like an
But of
infection,
course, I'll
how
tell
does
you
that
all I
work?
Bergren said you might know something about a man named Silence. That you may have had dealings with him at the Conclave?
When that name is spoken, secrets soon follow. Or vanish, as the case may be. Why do you want to know?
He's done some terrible things. But he's also helped me when no one else could. I don't know as much about him as I'd like to.
I would imagine his aid is very powerful. But it will not come without cost. Unfortunately, I am sworn to an oath of secrecy by the Conclave on this matter.
I get that. But you and I are trying to help each other, right?
Yes. But I would be breaking an oath, and that I cannot do.
About Silence?
I've told you all I can.
You seem to have a history with this voice. This spirit.
She saved my life. Here, years ago, during the war with the Karja. A raid scattered my Werak. I was cut off, alone. I lured the enemy into the Rime Drift, hoping to lose them in the mist, but they endured, so I took refuge in this cave. That's when I heard her voice. A wanderer, lost like me. A spirit of the blue light, yet sundered from it. She asked me for aid. She chose me, but I was in no position to help, not with the Karja after me. So she helped me first. By closing a door on the mountain below, one you must have opened to get here. Locked by means similar to those found in this room. It kept the Karja from reaching me. Safe from them. I was able to do as she asked.
Okay.
What did the spirit want from you?
So this has to be one of Gaia's, like,
hurt
things.
Incomplete. She needed bones. Parts not unlike what you'd find in a machine.
Well, I guess it could be
They were
something
here,
entirely different
in
built
this
by
room.
this, like, Ken guy.
She wanted me to bring them to Thunder's Drum. So I did, and she showed me how to heal her. So began our communion.
You had a communion with the spirit.
Yes. Inside Thunder's Drum is a room like this one, only larger, with an altar. I went there many times to speak with her.
What did she say?
She told me she was lost and needed my help. She asked questions about our lands, our tribe, and she listened. With patience. With wisdom. I told her things long kept silent about my family, my dreams, my fears. She never tired of me, never judged. We kept each other's company.
Aurea, what do you think the spirit is?
I see. You are not Banuk, and our songs are not familiar to you. You do not know the blue light.
You
that
are
which
correct.
struggles
Don't
to
know about
survive
any
in
of
our
this
hearts
shit.
and animates the machines. The essence of life, and in its purest form. Harmony. As the anger of the machines grows, this light has faded from the world, and the spirits it sustains are stranded. That's what she is. A lost soul, cut off from what it needs. Lonely, forsaken. I must help her. We must.
I'm not sure if I understand. But I want to.
That's all I need.
The daemon. What do you know about it?
I spoke with the spirit many times. First here, then inside Thunder's drum. The last time, she told me she was under attack by something that could not be seen by mortal eyes. Something evil. She named it the daemon, and said it needed her power to do what it willed. And she begged me for help, to find a way to destroy her, if necessary, to keep it from using her. That was 5 years ago. I didn't hear her voice again.
I don't think the Pharaoh Plague would have gotten microorganisms, chat. Like, I don't think that at all. I don't know the extent of how good the machines were at consuming bioorganic life, but like, I don't think they could suck the germs off of a rock, you know? I don't think they could just like zoop up the microorganisms off of a rock. I have to imagine stuff that was like microorganisms still survived just from like, you know, how tiny they were, but
what kept
anything that you know, if microorganisms ever evolved into something bigger, they would just get zooped. So
but the war with the Karja still raged, and before I could reach him, I was ambushed by the Mad Sun King's kestrels and taken to Meridian in chains. I wasn't able to return to Thunder's drum until long after the liberation, not until last thaw.
Could ruin the ecology?
You
sure,
said you returned
but
to Thunder's drum.
like they're not zooping up tardigrades, you know?
had.
The machines aren't zooping up tardigrades going there. You know what I mean? Like those things are probably fine just because of how small they are.
Aratak and I gathered a Warwick of great hunters to defeat the daemon. And yet, the old door to Thunder's drum was gone, replaced by a gate we could not pass, and many machines. We were crushed. Aratak called a retreat, but we had already
Why
lost
would the composition of air change?
We abandoned them to the snow as we fell back. After, you and I could not agree on what to do next. So I came here, hoping against hope to hear the spirit again. And because of you, I did.
Yeah, you're welcome for that.
Let's see if I've got this straight. We heard two voices. One you call the spirit, captured somehow by the one you call a daemon.
I like how Aloy
Whatever
knows about
daemon
computers and stuff now,
it's related
so
to
is
the
getting a little
machines
tired
and
of
why they've
people like
become more
deifying
dangerous.
them.
I want to
Like
know
she's
how.
kind of like, no, it's not a fucking
Both
spirit.
the
It's just a
spirit and
program.
the daemon are on a
It's just a
mountain.
computer. It's not like a
Thunder's drum.
ghost or a god or anything.
So why don't we go there?
It was
and figure
made
out
by
what it all
people.
means?
I've seen
We
it.
can't. Thunder's drum is dangerous, more than you can imagine.
It's
The
funny
daemon
because
is
in that way
secure.
she kind of aligns with the player, right?
Besides, Aratak won't let us go. As chieftain, he controls the pass to the mountain, and he can't be reasoned with.
Sounds like you need a new chieftain.
Ha! There's an idea that's certain to win us friends. Well, you said you were a hunter, and I'll wager you're not an ordinary one. It's not impossible, even for an outlander. And Aratak couldn't refuse the challenge if you were known among the Werak.
Wait, me? Challenge Aratak? I don't want to be chieftain of anything, much less a bunch of Banuk that don't want me.
But you want to go to Thunder's drum, don't you? You heard the spirit. She is suffering, tormented by the daemon. She longs to be free. And perhaps, when released from her bonds, she can give you the answers you seek.
I can't believe I'm agreeing to this. Fine. What do I have to do?
Get the Werak's attention to show the worth of your claim. Win at the hunting grounds. Kill bandits that prey on the cut. Or speak to my friend Sekuli. You help her, you'll definitely get noticed.
Hold on, chat. I have to go to the
Do all
bathroom,
you
I'm
can.
sorry.
When the time comes for you to throw your spear at Aratak's feet, I will be there to back your claim. Until then,
Hold on, I'm
I'll be
reading the
here
subtitles.
to answer any questions you have about the challenge. Oh, and one more thing. In the box over there is a weapon, like my own. Take it. You may
Holy
find it
shit!
useful.
Okay. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Survived the shaman's path and found Aurora's Araya's retreat. Nuke Stormslinger weapon box. Nuke Stormslinger. What is that? I'm not sure that Gaia could play with air composition.
Mother, I wish to be chief of the Bonnet.
Absolutely not. I don't think Gaia is like literally God and could just like be like, I think there should be more air. Or less air or anything like that.
Everything's freezing. The ground, the air, me.
Well, Harry, that's assuming that the Pharaoh robots would get buried under the earth in the first place. Like, what makes you think they would? I know there's that one that's buried under the, like, at the end of the game that you turn off or whatever, right before it, like, starts consuming bioorganic life, but what makes you think that it would, like, they wouldn't just, like, dig themselves out? The only reason that one got buried under the earth is because the activation, or the deactivation codes went out, so they all just turned off, and then there was not, they didn't have any, like, you know, any energy or whatever to dig them out. They weren't, like, on. But I think that, that was a lot. I think that if the deactivation codes had never gone out, I think it'd be silly to assume that the Pharaoh's robots would ever, like, stop. They're self-sustaining. Hey Lynn, why don't you try downloading at 15 actually? So put 15000 or whatever. Because I'm experiencing literally no frame drops. It's not even like you're doing anything. Why don't you try downloading at 15? Let's like up it until we can see what the upper limit is. I'm curious. Yeah, but it's gonna be like literally like hundreds of thousands of years before before they would run out of biomass. Hi, Mossy Green. I don't know who that is. Sure. It's a hell of a message to come back to. No, I would know. Lynn, did you switch it to 15? Because I'm still not getting anything, which is really surprising. You have Project Moon? Oh, okay.
Machine's quick.
Try 20, Lynn. Fuck it. I'm really curious to see how much it goes before it starts giving me issues, because I would know immediately. Aw, I'm sorry. I installed EDF today, Joey. We can play at some point if you want. If you're at 20, Lynn, I would just leave it. I wouldn't, there's no really point to go much higher than that. Steam's not going to even be able to serve you much more than that. Upped it to 20? Okay, yeah, I'm still not seeing anything, so. This is Frozen Wilds, yes. Yeah, I would just leave it at 20 if it's letting you do that. So is Aloy's gay kiss in this DLC, or is it in the second game? Second game's DLC. Second game, that's what I thought. Aloy is gay? Yes.
Keeper, Araya said that I should compete in the trials here.
Araya did? She's never sent someone before.
Hi, Laura Bailey.
And what is your reason for training?
Anybody want to Google if that's Laura Bailey?
Attempted the trials.
I'm going to challenge Aratak
But I bet it
to
is.
become chieftain of his Werak.
Well, you better get started then.
That's Laura Bailey.
You look like you've got some stories to tell.
No, I outlived most of my stories. I ran with the Thunder's daughters long ago before they ran their course. For a time, we shook the
Jennifer
snow
Hale?
off the men of
God
Aloy.
damn it, I always get them messed up. I always get Laura Bailey and Jennifer Hale mixed up. Every time. Oh, God, that makes me mad at myself.
Still glorious, if you ask
They have
me.
such similar sounding voices to
Had a
me.
worse fate.
What's worse?
To grow old. And find that all the rules and traditions.
I always say
you fought so
Jennifer
hard
Hale is
against are
Bailey, and I
still
always say
there.
Bailey is Jennifer Hale. Every time.
That's why I tell all the hunters I train to stay young.
I'm guessing you're not part of the Hunter's Lodge.
Every tribe claims they were the first to have hunting grounds. And every tribe claims the Karja stole it from them.
So who was the first?
We were.
And the Karja stole it from you.
That's right.
That's really good.
How do the trials work around here?
There's no Karja medals. I had some, but I used them to patch up holes in my snow boots. Instead, you'll compete against the best times set by other Banuk hunters. To take second place, even third place, puts you among names of legend.
What if I come in first?
Yeah, that's why I installed it. Sounds fun.
If you need to know about the trials, I'll explain them to you.
I'm done with
training.
Wait, no, I want to do the trials.
Back from the control trial tests a hunter's ability to rein in the Stormslinger's power. Only the wisest understand these shamanic weapons, and only the bravest wield them. The control, only the wise. Use the rope to get to the. We'll need a moment to pull the machines from the pass into the arenas.
Okay. Good night, Joey. I love you. Sleep well. You're wonderful. I love you so much. God damn it. Play line. I will. Rami. Finish trial for. Come on. Okay. Cool. God damn it. There's something I'm not understanding about this weapon. Does it just shoot electric balls or whatever? There's no way to make it shoot faster or anything? I wish it save after I do this. Trial failed. Alright, fine. Save. That was weird. Okay. I mean, I've already got modifications on it.
Very well. The control only. We'll need a.
God! Trying really hard to avoid that. I don't know how I'm supposed to kill. Six things, and then I only have 5 seconds to go after the Ravager. How am I supposed to do this in 55 seconds? How? Ravager cannot be one of the machines. I already tried that. Charging is what I'm already doing. I don't know what you're supposed to fucking do. I don't know. I don't get it. Can't fucking do anything with the goddamn shit's blinding me. Stop! This is impossible. This is actually impossible. Nobody's ever beaten this. This is actually impossible. Anybody who tells you they've beaten this is a liar. It's actually impossible. You can't, the fucking weapon doesn't fire fast enough. I don't believe you. I don't believe you've done this. Impossible. Not at a gold star level, you didn't. Actually impossible. Nobody's ever done this. The hardest shit ever known to man. Shit just jumps at you and there's nothing you can do. Shit just jumps in you and there's nothing you can do. Shooting the ground doesn't do like an AoE. getting knocked around. I fucking hate getting knocked around. This is my one big complaint with this game, is the hitboxes of the fucking animals feel like shit sometimes. And everything knocks you around. Everything makes Aloy lose her grip and her fucking makes her stumble over, and then she takes 20 years to get up. It makes me so mad. It makes me so fucking mad. Stop! Oh my god! I can't even shoot. I can't even fucking shoot because they just keep fucking nuzzling into me, and then I'm like, Jesus! Just tell me what it is. I don't want to spend more time here. Just tell me what the strat is. God, I'm fucking mad. I have to do all the damage with the Storm Slinger, just the killing shot. That's so. I still don't know how I would get them. And okay, well that works too. No, I never got the shield armor. I would be wearing it if I had it. I'm not sure that this is any faster, to be honest with you. Like, it's actually just impossible. Actually just fucking impossible. Flashbangs, super cool, super epic. I hate modern video games so much. Stop over animating me. Stop over animating me. I hate this. I hate this so much. Holy shit. I fucking hate being over animated. I don't need to fucking stumble and bumble every time something like breathes in my general direction. Please. Please! It feels so much worse when you have a weapon you have to charge up to use like this. God, it feels like fucking shit when you have a weapon you've got to charge up and use like this. Oh, there, all of that, and I still. The improved Stormslinger? No, it's the one I was just given. I don't know how to get the improved one. My quest literally said to go here and like the quest that the lady gave me was like, go here and prove you're a good warrior or whatever. So I have to do these fucking trials. And of course, of course. I hate over animation so much. I hate over animation with all of my heart, all of my fucking heart. I don't care how realistic it is. I don't need to fucking stumble and bumble every time anything gets slightly in my way. Especially when you're forcing me to use a fucking charge weapon. I don't even like charged weapons, and shit like this is why. Alright, now we gotta find another one in 12 seconds. Hello, come on.
Out already?
No, please. There! Jesus fucking Christ! Ugh! Hi, pilot student. Thank you for the follow. Fuck! Sorry to be complaining the whole time. Nothing gets under my fucking skin more than shit like this. Being forced to use a weapon I don't like with fucking bullshit charge mechanics, and then every fucking thing getting under my, or everything like fucking up my animations. Ugh! It's like the one, I don't agree when people are like, oh, games look too realistic nowadays or whatever. I am generally fine with most modern games and do not think that, like, you know, games are like, you know, de facto bad or whatever. Like, I don't agree when people say that. But if there is one fucking blight that I could take out of like modern gaming, it is fucking over animation. Everything is so over animated now. Everything. It pisses me off so much. It's in fucking RE4 too. RE4 remaster. That was the last time it really got on my nerves. Every time anybody gets near you, Leon's like fucking stumbling over himself for 10 seconds, and it totally fucks you over.
First among all the other hunters.
It's so fucking annoying.
The Onslaught trial challenges a hunter to withstand the ebb and flow of combat. Machines will be released into the arenas in waves. Pace yourself. Strategize. Only then will you be able to defeat them all without being overwhelmed.
Please don't let this be like a 5-minute combat
I'll start
arena.
counting after we'll need a moment.
I beat a champion's time. That should get the Werak talking. In fact, I'll bet my name's all over Song's Edge. Might be time to challenge our talk.
Kidding me? Hello, Peep. Just me being a whiny baby. It's fine. I don't like this one being 3 minutes long for the par time. That's a lot of time to fuck up. What are you doing? What is this explosion ship? It's just bouncing me around. shit, Captain. Is that really not it? Oh no, of course, there's also this guy.
I'm out.
Nope, stop. Nope, stop. Please. Please. Please tell me that's the last of them. Fuck off! God! Ugh! Stop hitting me around! Hate it! God. I don't like being angry either. It's fucking embarrassing. It's like embarrassing to be mad at a game and then have to be like fucking look you guys in the eyes and be like, yeah, I got pissed off, sorry. Hate it! Ugh. All sucks. I know you guys can see why I'm getting mad, but it still makes you look like a big baby. Still, like, embarrassing to be like, yeah, I'm getting mad at video games again. The level button to me is that you're adding insult to injury by making it so that the player is more likely to get caught in a loop of being unable to act, which destroys interactivity in a game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's literally just like it's making me do all this shit while making me do fucking like have this animation priority bullshit.
Chieftains pass it. Only a chieftain may attempt it.
Okay, cool. I can't even do that one.
I'm done.
And training.
Fuck. What's this shit? Oh. Holy shit, is it gonna rain or something? Wait, no. No, it's only 6 o'clock. Is it gonna rain or something? It is fucking like dark outside. Severe thunderstorm watch. Oh. Okay, Poggy Woggy. Let's go. I hope it rains. Gate of Madness server is full? Well, depending on whether or not I have to make a new character, we might pick a different place. Although, damn, is Gate of Madness really full? That's kind of amazing to me. Gate of Madness has always been like a low priority, low population server.
If we must face stronger
Hello?
machines, we'll have to pick. hunters.
That was weird. Controller just like didn't want to work.
My people have been telling tales of your accomplishments.
They fucking better have.
Seems you have
shit I've been going through.
taken a special interest in our stretch of snow, Outlander.
Yes. And apparently this is the only way I'll get to see all of it.
Is this a challenge?
For the Warwick.
You? This must be a joke.
It is not a joke, Aratak.
Now I see. The Outlander's your pawn. And with you backing her claim, I have no choice but to accept. I expected better of you, sister.
It was you who forbid me from Thunder's drum, brother.
Brother and sister? This is a little more complicated than I thought.
No, it's simple. You will meet me at the Frost Figures, and I'll put a quick end to this mockery.
Okay, have you considered what happens if you lose, though, my guy?
I suppose I owe you an explanation.
Yeah. I suppose you do. So why didn't you tell me that you and Aratak are siblings?
I thought I wouldn't have to. I'm surprised Aratak brought it up in front of a stranger. He must be very angry. Not always the best judge of people. I prefer the company of spirits. They're simply my own. I didn't want you to think of our pilgrimage as some sort of family squabble. It's much more important than that.
It's bold, I'll give you that. Going after your own brother.
He gave me no choice. He thinks I'm a child to be shoved to the back of the hunt. He would forbid me from my destiny. And yet, part of me did it knowing he would forgive me, eventually. He always does.
You hear? Oh, she's got my stream
Family
open, I know
drama
she can hear me.
aside, what's this challenge meant to be anyway?
You and Aratak will hunt machines at the Frost Figures. The victor will be the fastest. It won't be easy.
Nothing about this has
The hat is kind of cool.
When you meet us at the starting point, I'll tell you more. It will be simpler to explain from the base of the hills.
Aurea, it's not about who's related to who. I want to know what's inside Thunder's drum. The spirit,
1001, let's
and how it all
go!
connects to the machines. But if we're gonna go through with this, I need you to be straight with me.
Well, I mean,
underestimated you. And Aratak. I won't make that mistake again.
See you at the Frost Figures then.
I mean, be straight with you? I mean, I don't know if I can do that. Have you seen yourself, woman? Look in the mirror.
Off to risk my life in order to take charge of the Banuk hunting band. Just what I always wanted.
Be gay with her? Alright. Licks her pussy, licks her pussy, licks her pussy. Oh shit, it's raining! Oh, brother, I think I can... Hello? I just spawned in! What the fuck?
The Frost Figure should be just
Come on, I'm cleaning the glasses now. I thought I would be safe. Stop! You're so far away. Why are you hurting me? Me and every person who's ever been mean to me. You're so far away. Why are you hurting me? Well, I was thinking about potentially getting like a pizza or something just because I didn't feel like cooking, but like, And I didn't feel like making Lynn cook, but like, now it's like raining pretty hard. I'm not gonna send a pizza guy out through that. That would be shitty. And DM Lynn dinner ideas.
The frost figures. Aratak and Araya must be close.
Be on the devil on your shoulder for a moment? Yeah, sure. What's up? Yeah, I found out somewhat recently that losing an animal, the part of your brain that processes that is the same part of your brain that processes if you lost like a family member. Like the hurt and grief are the same. It's no different.
Outlander.
You may logically get over it faster because, you know, it's a smaller thing.
I have prevailed over such challenges before, and fear none.
Pizza's delicious and straight milk pussy is made to be licked. Both very true.
You are not Banuk. You do not understand my responsibilities.
Hi, boy.
I ask you, one hunter to another.
Hold on. Second here, chat. Excuse me. Hold on, chat. Sorry, I'm doing a thingy. Okay, sorry.
Withdraw.
Will you let us go to Thunderstrom?
May have started a download in the background. I capped it so that it wouldn't interfere with the stream,
my sister's life again.
which I forgot that I could do until now. Anyway, I may have started a download in the background.
So be it. I will bury your insolent claim in the frozen ground.
Enough! Let us begin. To hunt, to strive. That is the way of the Banuk and of the contest before you. You will climb the frost figures from the east, Aratak from the west. Each trail wends its way through deadly machines. Hunters from the Werak will be posted along the way. They will hail you.
God damn it. I think there's just like a tiny rain cloud going over us. Because I can already see in the distance,
your hunt will take you around the ridge to the center,
with the end
where
of
you
the
must
cloud,
descend
and I
to the
can
valley
see where
for
it
your
stops
final
raining.
kill.
Like I can see like
Each
blue
time,
sky and stuff. So I think
after
it's
your
not going to
prey
be
is
raining
fallen,
for very long.
you must launch a beacon such as this, so that
I
all
want it
our
to just
kin will
rain
see
for
your
like
progress.
a whole day, just hard pouring rain all
Kill
day.
machines, launch balloons. Got it. So, the first of us to launch the third balloon wins?
Well, yes. And as challenger,
Your path to victory is harder. If even one of your beacons comes in after Eratox, he prevails.
You had your chance, Outlander.
So did you.
The hunt begins on my mark.
Not totally sure I understand the rules of this hunt, but sure.
Now!
All right, gotta head up that mountain. Looks like there are a few ways to
They're
go.
calling it a hunt, but it's just a race?
Mark the path. Okay, up we go.
Hello? What do you... Oh, okay, go. This is bullshit. Wouldn't jump. The fact that that, like, smoke cloud has, like, its own lightning inside is so scary. I know, like, actual volcanoes do that. I know it's not, like, a video game thing, but it's so fucking scary. Okay.
I seem to be on the right path.
Storm sirens? Nice. Be safe, but also, like, nice. Big fan of storm sirens. Volcanoes are fucking scary. Shit should not be allowed. Also, this game fixed one of my complaints from the main game, which is that getting healing flowers takes forever because they're only 20% and you have to fill up the bar 4 times.
All right, Challenger. You need to take out the herd below. Every machine.
The herd, okay.
Why are you like this? Why do you make flashbang in video games? Hello? What are you doing? Look at this over animation shit.
All right, Challenger.
Wow.
You need to take out the herd below. Every machine.
Oh, God. Okay, there it is. I was like, I just heard a lightning strike. Wait, hold on. Holy shit, those clouds are cool. They're like billowing. They're like, it's like there's a bunch of orbs all stacked together. Fuck, those are cool. Anyway, a lightning strike just struck, like, I'm pretty sure it struck just like outside my window or something, because it literally lit up the entire fucking like window as pure white, and I was like, why am I not hearing that? If it was that close, I should have heard it like instantly, but it took a hot minute, so I guess it wasn't that close. It looked like it was really close. Anyway, if power goes out, you know what happens. There it was again. Oh, damn, that had to have been really close, actually.
I did it. I summoned the lightning. I'm a Pokemon.
I don't think you're a Pokemon, little guy. Oh yeah, something I forgot to mention for Google's 2 chat, something I meant to talk about earlier. Every race, it has a really good transmogrification system, first of all. Something I meant to talk about earlier. It has every race has the thing called cultural armor that's really expensive, like really expensive. But it's like armor that only that race can wear. Like literally nobody else can even like equip it, and it's made specifically to look like their like culture and like fit the race best and stuff. And it all looks really fucking dope. But like, you know, because it's armor, you can like mix and match pieces and stuff. It's so fucking cool. Also, there's in-game dungeons, and each one is basically themed around a race. So like they kind of function as like a second set of cultural armor, but one that anybody can wear.
But wait, Zombie, didn't you say not long ago that I was the first stage of a pseudo-legendary line?
Yeah, first stage.
Come on, climb up
here! You
here.
can't summon lightning. What, you think you learned Thunderbolt, bro? Come on.
Here we go.
Now climb the ridge and launch your balloon.
I'd love to see some, like, not to like ask for free art. It's not what I'm trying to do. But I would love to see some artist's perspective on what the third stage of Zilk's evolutionary line looks like. Because I'm gonna say that hold on.
I found a TM.
Hold on, chat. I'm gonna make a controversial decision here. Hold on. I'm gonna make a controversial decision here. The one that, if he hadn't eaten the Everstone, the one that's on my shoulder is stage 1 of the line. Stage 1 of the evolutionary line, and this would be stage 2. This little guy is stage 2. It's also like the canon Zilk, but this is stage 2. So I'd love to see what somebody would do for stage 3. I would love to see a stage 3 Zilk.
Aratak knows what he's doing. No time to waste.
Take your hell point to the next challenge.
2 Bellowbacks ahead, Challenger. Kill them both. None of the other machines matter.
Dead Bellowbacks coming up.
Golbat Zilk? No. He's a pseudo-legendary. So the third one would be like a dragon of some kind. Because all pseudo-legendaries are dragons. So the third one would be Zilk plus dragon type. What would like a big Zilk dragon type look like, you know? That's basically what I'm saying. Metagross also isn't a pseudo-legendary chat. Pseudo-legendary for Gen 3 was Garchomp. A lot of people think Metagross is a pseudo-legendary, but it's not. The Gen 3 pseudo-legendary was Garchomp. He was a gift from Aphrodite to protect me, yes. No, it's Garchomp. Noibat is a pseudo-legendary, and it turns into a dragon. Gen 3 had 2? I don't think it did. It having a 3-stage evolution doesn't make it a pseudo-legendary.
I am the most fierce of dragons.
All pseudo-legendaries are dragons. Thought it was a stats thing? It doesn't make sense. Or, sorry, I said Garchomp. I meant Salamence. I don't know why I said Garchomp. Garchomp is the pseudo-legendary for Gen 3. No, but Tyranitar is very clearly based on a dragon. I don't know. If the Pokemon Wiki says it is, then I guess it is, but I don't know. I don't know why anybody would consider Metagross a pseudo-legendary, nor do I know why Gen 3 would be the only gen that has 2. That's dumb. Fills every criteria except being a dragon. All of the others are dragon types, and at least Tyranitar is based off of a dragon. Gen 1 has 2? No, it doesn't. It just has Dragonite. In Gen 1, it's Dragonite. In Gen 2, it's Tyranitar. In Gen 3, it's Salamence. In Gen 4, it's Garchomp. In Gen 5, it's Hydreigon. In Gen 6, it's Goodra. In Gen 7, it's the fucking kangaroo one. In Gen 9, it's Dragapult. And in Gen 8, it's Dragapult. In Gen 9, it's Baxcalibur. I know all the pseudo-legendaries. Tyranitar is at least based off of a dragon. Metagross is just a rock. I don't know. I've never heard I've never heard like actually had it like I don't know why the Pokemon has it listed as a pseudo legendary. That's very silly to me. Yeah, it's based on Godzilla, and Godzilla is like a big dragon. Well, he's like a big lizard, but he's like a Komodo dragon. I will admit, I don't know why Tyranitar isn't a dragon type. I think it's very silly that he's not. Especially, doesn't he learn a lot of dragon moves? No, he doesn't. I thought he used to. I mean, if it's a fan term especially, then I just disagree with the fans. I think that's silly. I don't think 600 is the only thing that matters. I think it needs to be based on a dragon type. It needs to be a dragon type or based on a dragon.
Two Bellowbacks ahead, Challenger. Kill them both. None of the other machines matter.
Maybe they matter to me, you fucking dumb broad. I was looking at Bulbapedia just now. Tyranitar is based off of Godzilla. I know what Tyranitar is based off of. I would just say that Godzilla is very dragon-like. If I remember correctly, Godzilla is literally a Komodo dragon. That Bulbapedia marks it as a pseudo-legendary. I'm just saying that that's dumb. And that it should not. IMHO. I don't even know what kills Bellowbacks. Already stopped raining. Try.
Two Bellowbacks ahead, Challenger. Kill them both. None of the other machines matter.
Alright, 2 dead Bellowbacks coming up.
Piercing? I mean, everything dies from piercing. That's not really a weakness. It didn't seem like it did any more damage to them than it does to, like, I don't know, anything else. weakness is fire. Hit you with potion of insta-freeze. Just because all pseudo-legendaries except Tyranitar are dragon type. Like, we set this criteria and then decided, like, no, that's not right, actually. It's weird. Melodic should have been the pseudo-legendary for Gen 3. That would have been cool. Ever heard about the dragon typing? Well, I mean, when most of your Pokemon, when like 7 out of your 9 Pokemon are dragon type, it's not like, it's not a hard and fast requirement, but it is like, you know, yeah, of course. It is a rule rather than the exception, even if it's not a literal rule, that pseudo-legendaries are dragon type. It's like the most common trait between all of them, besides the fact that they have 600 base stats. Literally, the other big shared trait is that they all have dragon type, you know? So like, it's not a literal requirement. I can understand, I guess, if the big thing people are going off of is 600 stat total, then like, sure, I can understand why Metagross is. But it seems weird to me when every other single one has dragon typing except for one, and even that one's still a big lizard, bare minimum. Like, I don't know. That's because most of the other pseudo-legendaries are based off of a legend, and most of the legends are about dragons. Please, fuck off. Good night, Maya. Hope you get some good sleeps. Noivern is not on the list.
Two bellowbacks ahead, challenger.
Noivern is one of the Pokemon that could really benefit from sound type being a thing.
Alright, 2 dead bellowbacks coming
Oh,
up.
it was a pseudo? Nope.
Better get to it now.
I think I said it was, but I thought it was not. It has an evolutionary line like a pseudo, I think. No, it doesn't. It's only 2. Never mind. Hello? Well, now it's much less epic and exciting now that the music is just shit in the bed. Please, for the love of God. Come on! No, there was no lag at any point. I'm actually also downloading the game.
Challenger. Kill them both. None of the other machines matter.
I've dropped 633 frames, but that's like recent. And like I said, I am also downloading the game, so... Yeah, that might actually just be the storm. What does the music keep doing this for? Okay. No death from above for me, I guess. Put to the stream? No, somebody is using their microwave. I'm not dropping any more frames. I only dropped them for like a second. So if you're still having issues, then yeah, it is your microwave. What a strange thing to say. I make Excalibur a dragon type because it was the pseudo-legendary. Pseudo-legendary is a fan-made term, but it's a fan-made term for a thing that Pokemon Company does on purpose. Like, pseudo-legendaries are made on purpose. They're not like an accident. They're not like an incidental thing that keeps happening. And every time they make them, they're dragon types, except for twice. Which means for the majority of them, the rule is a pseudo-legendary is a dragon type. And especially any recent ones. All of this meaning that if Zilk were a legendary...
Stocking up?
Well, no, they decided on that rule from Gen 3 onward. Because the Gen 3 pseudo-legendary, one of them is still a dragon type. Anyway, all of this is to say that if Zilk was a Pokemon and had a third stage evolution, its third stage evolution would be a dragon type. It'd be, I don't know, probably Sound Dragon, honestly. I know Sound isn't a real type, but I've decided it is now. Decided for the purposes of this, it is. type anyways? Nobody knows. But it really fucking should be, and it makes me mad that it's not. A bit too confusing for kids. Sound as normal? That's stupid!
I better get to that balloon.
I don't think sound is any more confusing as another type for kids than, like, I don't know.
Okay, now to the moon.
Steel or poison or I don't know. Hello? What the fuck is happening to my video game?
I'm ahead, but only by a little. I gotta get moving.
Ground versus
Now
rock
take
has
the
always
zip line
pissed
and
me
work your
off.
way down to the
Just
valley.
merge them as an earth type. Or just ground. Rocks are part of the ground. Fuck you.
Storm's kicking up. Can't see much.
Steel type was added in 2nd gen though, so they would have done that in 2nd gen rather than 3rd.
Almost down. All right, it's the last challenge.
Yeah, normal is the silly type. I always hated the name of normal type. It should be called something. Unironically, it should just be called basic type rather than normal type.
They're right behind us!
Oh, good. Well. Fine, that's one down. The thing that makes me mad about sound type is just that there are explicitly Pokemon that are already sound type Pokemon, but they're just called normal type for no reason. Look at Noivern, look at Chatot, look at Exploud, and tell me why they're normal types. What, because like sounds are normal or a normal thing that animals make? The fuck do you mean? Fuck off! Well, consider that dark is only called dark in the US. It's evil type in Japan. Still done? I don't think so. What's dumb about dark type? Sound could be good against rock, steel, and I don't know. Could be. I mean, it would. Sound could be good against steel mainly, which would be really good because steel needs a type that it's good against. Could be good against ice too, yeah. And it could. I mean, my immediate thought for weaknesses is water type. Water type, ground type, maybe. Like sound could vibrate rocks apart, right? But sound couldn't necessarily, like, if you're blasting sound into the ground, well then the sound is probably just going to be, like, eaten, essentially, by the reverberations of the ground. The biggest thing sound could be good against, though, is steel, which, again, sorely needed. Another one I would not totally hate is like space type. Cosmic, that would work. Honestly, there's a lot of, the thing is, there's a lot of normal type Pokemon that could just be other types if those types existed. Palkia is a space legendary, yeah, and it's just Psychic Steel. I mean, there's literally, like, Deoxys. Deoxys is literally, like, an alien. Like, Deoxys isn't a Pokemon. It's objectively an alien. Same with the Ultra Beast. This just isn't fun, dude. Why is everybody saying the DLC of this game is the best part? I've just been forced to do a lot of really unfun combat trials. These things are so fucking tanky. Okay. Well, there basically is only two here because the third one starts at half health with most of its stuff broken, but you do still have to kill it, so. I didn't rush through the main story. I'm also not under-equipped. I have the best weapons in the game. What are you talking about? I have the highest tier armor and the best weapons in the game, outside of the DLC ones. I didn't rush through, but also, like, I'm just not under-equipped. That's just not true. guess that's true. Like, better, like, specifically armor resistant to this. But I really don't like doing that. That was pretty easy to add existing Pokemon since most of the Pokemon already. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, sound would be really easy to add to Pokemon. Also, hi, Ray Warrior. Welcome to chat. I don't necessarily mind a challenge, but it doesn't feel like a challenge. It just feels like too hard. Like, I've hit this thing with like 9 arrows in the no, more than that. I've hit this thing with a ton of arrows in the chest, actually, probably like 14, and it still isn't breaking. Because I was hitting it with 3 volleys every time. Why do you have to blind me every time you fucking swipe? Yeah, I'm just not interested in doing that. I'm not interested in doing that, and I think you shouldn't have to be interested in getting a different armor and a different weapon set for every encounter and shit like that. That sounds so tedious. Switching that shit every time for every encounter sounds so fucking exhausting. If they were gonna have something like that, there should be like a profile system where you can just like switch to like your stealth armor and it's just like a set loadout or whatever. Yeah, like this is an open world game, not Monster Hunter. If I do something like that for Monster Hunter, I wouldn't do something like that for this. And this doesn't play enough like Monster Hunter to warrant something like that. What am I supposed to do about an attack like that or this? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? And now I have to do it all over again. Spend 10 more minutes fighting 3 fucking giant bears again. God. Cool. That was like fucking 10 minutes of my life. Just dodging the same stupid fucking attacks over and over again. Because these things have health pools the size of God. the music just keep cutting out? It doesn't really matter how many weak points they can have. They could have a billion and each could be weak to a different arrow. It doesn't matter. Especially with hitboxes like that, where I was away from it and it still just hurt me somehow. But let me do anything, please! You literally were so far away from me! How? Enough to kill you? No, of course not. Did he fucking die? You're not even helping, dude. Corruption doesn't do shit. I've tried it on multiple things. It just doesn't do anything. It literally goes away faster than you can build it on, like, everything. It's an absolute shit-ass, like, arrow. It just does nothing. I'd love to be able to corrupt them to fight against each other, but you just can't. Everything I've shot it at, it would literally lose all the corruption I had built on it, fucking after like a second of, God, of course. After like a second of me shooting at it, before I can even notch my next arrow. Now it's quiet again.
I will prevail.
Jesus fucking Christ. What is with the audio? It's not even like a victory I feel good about.
So it's true.
I'm just like happy it's done.
Frostclaws from
I can't even be like, oh yeah, finally got it. Like I don't even feel good about it.
Naturally,
I'm just
there can be no
annoyed that I had to
result.
fight 3 of those
It is
things, and I'm
void.
glad it's finally done.
You saw what she did. She defeated the machines, not I. It is proven. She's the better hunter. We are Banuk. Survive, prevail. What else matters? My blood is in your teeth. I take my place behind you on the hunt.
What?
No more hunters may make the ascent to Thunder's Drum. The way is closed to all but the chieftain and myself.
It is not my place, but I would ask a boon. To accompany you and...
You guys don't hear music, right? This isn't just me?
Sister.
It was
It
swelling
might be
and then it just cut out?
But only if you do as I say.
No. Only if you do as I say.
Thunder's Drum awaits.
It's really making
There's
this
a
like
camp at
really
its base,
awkward
Long
and
Notch, it's called.
uncomfortable.
Meet us there when you're ready. Chieftain.
I know to restart the
New
game.
outfit.
I have to get to a save point to do so, and those are the fires. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be in like a shitty mood and like I know everybody says this DLC is really good, but I'm just not seeing it. Like I'm really sorry. I'm really just not seeing it. The new things are cool, but they're way too fucking hard. They're way too tanky. Like I was able to fight the stuff at the end of the game just fine. Just a suggestion. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? You apologize. Why are you apologizing? Fucking scary, Jesus. When I closed the game, my whole computer froze up. Fuck, that was scary. I'm back. Hi. I'm in like a real piss poor mood now. But I assume I'm right at huh? Fine. I'm assuming that I'm right at the end of the DLC, so I'm just gonna fucking power through. But relaunching the game crashed my stream, so is the game gonna like show up at any point? Okay, there. Jeez. I'm already at the end. I would rather just finish it. I know that's probably not the best option because I'm annoyed, but I would rather just get it done. Like, I have to assume I'm at the end of the story. That felt pretty final boss climactic to me, so. And also, like, all of the personal problems are fixed. Now we go do the thing. Ugh. Sorry, chat. I know it's not the best streaming experience when I'm annoyed like this, but I'm trying. I'm trying to be entertaining still. I'm sorry. No, you're fine, Flopsy. You didn't do anything wrong. Literally just the game getting on my nerves. No. You're fine. You're fine. Honestly, I like having like, I like talking about stuff like that. I like having like debates, but without anybody actually getting heated about anything. Like, this is my opinion. This is your opinion. We can talk about it. You know, I like doing that sort of stuff. You're fine. No need to apologize. It's literally just the game getting on my nerves. And like, I don't know. Maybe this is my fault. I didn't really have... nobody really said that the difficulty got like this hard. And so everybody was saying that this is like the best part of the game. So like... maybe this is my fault for hyping myself up, but like... I kind of set my expectations around this being like the best part of the game. You know what I mean? Like everybody was like, this part's so good. So I set my expectations around this part being good. And now that it's not good, I'm a little like, or well, I don't know if I can go as far as to say not good, but I'm not even on a high difficulty, am I? I think I'm just on normal. Oh, I am on hard, but whatever. I don't think changing it to normal would help that much. It's such a difficulty spike from the regular game. The regular game felt like it was normal to me. I don't know. With everybody saying that this is the best part of the game, I just had really high expectations. But maybe that's on me. Maybe I'm coming in with higher expectations than I should have. Like, if I'm also gonna be honest, I don't know how enthralled by the story I am. It's like there's the Banuk tribe, and there's this brother and sister who are mad at each other, and there's this spirit potentially made by like a third company or whatever that was like trying to save the world. And like the only thing that's interesting in that really to me is like the third company trying to save the world. What the fuck? What? Oh, Jesus. Whatever, man. That's fair. I don't know. It just hasn't very much impressed me so far. Hasn't really had anything that drew me in. I don't really feel like I'm learning anything about the Banuk, which is like I think the Banuk are interesting, so I'd like to learn more about them, but I don't really feel like I'm doing that. You know, what's the word? The like company, like second company or whatever, I'm not learning much about, so I don't know. Everything I am interested in, I'm not really learning anything about, and everything that I'm not interested in is what's happening. And between bits of the story are these combat trials, like the one I had to do with the one area that was like fucking impossible. Nice. I hope you enjoy. Lily, by the way, if you so if you're like me on Guild Wars 2 and you want to play it more like an action focused game more so than than like a game where you click stuff with your mouse and hit 1 repeatedly or whatever. If you want to play it with like a crosshair and stuff, something kind of more like this, there's a setting in your controls that's not on by default. There's a button you can turn on or bind to something called like action camera. When you turn that on, it makes it so that your left click is your first skill. And you have like a crosshair on your screen, and that's like where you aim and do your skills and stuff. It makes it play a lot more like a modern video game, less like an old school MMO. I literally can't play without it. It is my favorite addition to the game. It's actually based on a community mod. So there was this, I have to try that? Yeah, I'll show it. I'm already downloading the game. I'll probably play it here in a bit and show you what I'm talking about. But there is a, oh yes, I didn't see that. Good night, Samantha. So there was a mod, called Action Combat Combat Camera, ACM, and it was like an auto hotkey script that basically did the same thing, right? And a lot of people, could not play the game without it, me included. The only way I got time in Guild Wars 2 was with that Action Combat mod, right? And like the game, it was an auto hotkey script, so it wasn't actually a mod for the game. Because the game doesn't really have mods like that. So, it was an auto hotkey script, and I used it, and a lot of other people used it, and it was really nice and really cool and really good. So when they made the first expansion, one developer took home like a build of the game or whatever, and worked on implementing action combat all by himself and doing all the bugs, fixing all the kinks, everything else. Like one guy just took it home and was like, I know a lot of people play like this. I'm just gonna make it an official thing in game. Like I'm gonna make it work with the API so it doesn't have to be like a separate thing. Like I'm just gonna make it totally a thing within the game. And it was just like one dev, and it was like a surprise reveal on one of the streams where they were like, oh, by the way, this one guy has been working on implementing action combat camera in like implementing it and putting it in the game forever, so like officially. So
scouts are watching for more frost claws.
I don't know, I really like that. I really like that one guy was like, I'm doing this, and didn't even ask anybody. He was like, I'm just gonna do this secretly and then hope you'll put it in the game.
Now what?
Stay prepared. Sharpen your spears. Should we not return, defending the cut falls to you. If our chieftain agrees with this course.
Sounds like good advice, but let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Chieftain?
The weight of command is no small burden.
I can see that. I take it you haven't spoken to Araya yet?
Why should I? This is what she wanted, to return to Thunder's drum. It is her only care.
I know, Perry, that's what I was doing that whole fight.
Find a way to push aside.
That's what I've been doing for a while now, is preloading my bows with 3 arrows.
Took my sister.
It's not bows, though, it's a skill.
Not all of
Also, cool, the game is still just, like, pausing repeatedly. Okay, cool.
What happened to Araya when she was a captive of the Karja?
As a shaman, she's adept with machines. Tracking them, stunning them. The Karja used her to capture them for the Sun Ring, where they were unleashed upon the innocent.
Flygon is not a pseudo.
They made her part of their blood sport.
I think Flygon also should have been a pseudo.
The shame she suffered beneath their pitiless sun.
She survived.
She endured. Endured by reminding herself of the spirit, her purpose. And now that's all she has.
Tell me what happened to the first expedition.
Rhea led the way to the summit, but it was blocked by a great door.
Flygon is not a pseudo.
Some kind of cauldron, new metal.
Flygon should be a bug dragon.
Through, but it was unflinching.
Also, bug type should just be better.
Exhausted.
Bug type really sucks.
Machines behind.
Because everything that it checks also sucks. Like, oh, it checks grass type? Oh, cool. That's cool. Too bad grass type fucking sucks. Nobody's ever gonna use grass type competitively except for Ferrothorn. Like, that was it. And the only people who, or the only thing you would need to do, like, Ferrothorn was also like steel, so it was double weak to fire, and fire is one of the most common types. So you still don't need a grass type.
Beyond that door?
I do not know.
Psychic and Dark, still not very used
Expanse
types.
of metal, that dead hum. Nothing sacred belongs there. Machines and death. That's what the mountain holds. Death for us.
Like, Bug isn't like
demon.
Ice, which is basically unusable as a type, but it's a pretty bad type.
Perhaps we should put it out of its misery.
Ice makes me sad, though. Ice is one of my favorite types, and it's nigh unusable. Even just, like, casually. You ever tried having an ice type and you're just like casual
I'm
playthrough?
glad you're coming with me.
Someone has to keep Araya safe.
Oh, I thought that was the Northern Lights for a second. Yeah, anything that has fire or ice weaknesses is just fucked. Or, anything that's weak to, not fire and ice. Anything that's weak to rock and fire, rather. If you're weak to rock, fire, fighting, or, steel, go fuck yourself. Competitively, you're worthless.
Aloy, this is it.
You better hope you have another type that cancels out those weaknesses.
Perhaps to reunite her with the blue light.
Anonymous says, just checking, is there anything I can help you with today?
Ignorant of our ways, but
you know what,
no,
Anonymous?
Not ignorant.
Are you?
I sure could use somebody buying 80 Streamloots packs just so that we can be closer to a Zilk model.
That's what you do. Untangle knots. Create possibilities. Thank you for making this pilgrimage possible. I only wish it had not been necessary to humiliate Aratak.
I like a lot of bug types, but
he's earned the right. Stubborn as stone, but he's had to be. The war demanded it.
What war is she talking about?
And so have I.
I can't afford that right now.
Aratak told me you were a captive of the Karja for a long time. It sounded bad.
For Aratak, it all comes back to that.
The Red Raids?
He thinks the
Okay.
Karja changed me.
I kind of figured they didn't get the Red Raids coming to them.
My focus.
I forgot that she said she was
When all
captured.
else is
I kind of
lost,
assumed the Red
think
Raids
about
didn't
what's
come to them
true.
because how would they? Like, they're like nestled up here in the mountains, and the only way in is through the cut.
And my brother too.
Lapras is only usable because it's a water type as well. And that cuts out on the fire weakness.
What did the war do to Aratak?
He cut away everything until only his true self remained. Unyielding.
Oh, now the audio is
No
desync.
Banuk has more sheer will. He fought the Karja
Oh, no,
for
now it's fine now.
1,000 freezing nights, yet always rallied his hunters at sunrise. It is said he endured 23 wounds in those years. His hunters counted them. He never complains of one. Instead, he complains that life with me is harder. He's right. What have I ever given him but struggle?
Now that I'm chieftain of the Werak, I don't suppose I can order you to tell me about
Gigantamax was so cool,
Aratak would
dude.
never have presumed to grasp for a secret of the continent.
Megas were really fun, and I do really like them, and I wish that they would come back in some way as like permanent evolutions. But I will say, I think I haven't ever liked a.
Silence came to Ban-Ur
I don't
from
think
the
I've
distant
ever
north.
liked a
The young
Pokemon
shaman
gen
of the
more
Owl's
than I like
Watch.
Sword and Shield for
The
two
remote
reasons.
Rarely comes south to Parla.
Oh,
Was,
cool. No, the
or at least when we
audio
sent
is like
runners to
weird
ask
and
the Owl's
desynced
Watch,
because I just
they
interrupted
said
her.
he was. His knowledge of the machines was beyond compare.
It's fine now
He
because
was
their lips
hungry
are
to
matching.
trade
I
what
don't
he
know,
knew to
dude.
The rest of us. It didn't take him long. to
Marnie?
gain
No,
trust of
Marnie's very
Conrad.
good, but no.
Eventually, an invitation to attend.
What about you?
Marnie is very,
Did
very,
you trust
very
him?
good,
No.
though.
But he impressed me.
I'm gonna wait until they stop talking
He carried himself with poise and
because I want to
authority.
hear her.
I wanted to learn from him, but
What is
that
with
was
the
not to be.
audio?
He was granted knowledge of our most sacred meeting place, the frozen caves of the Malmstrom, a month's march from Ban-Ur. He met with us there, as is custom at High Winter. But when we next returned, the caves had been looted. Relics of
oh my god, you have a lot to say about this, huh?
Holes cut in ice and metal.
Yeah, that'd be silence, all right.
He vanished with the spoils. We sent our best
I guess this is about
after
silence, so...
None returned. And when we checked back with the Owl's Watch, those who had vouched for him were gone. As though he never existed. Some in the Conclave began to doubt he was even Banuk to begin with.
What do you think?
He committed an unforgivable sacrilege. He's unscrupulous and dangerous. But also brilliant.
God, what the fuck?
And knowledgeable without equal. Except, perhaps, for you. Anyone else I would warn off. But you may be able to treat with him safely. Just don't lower your guard.
I'll keep that in mind, Kyria. Thanks.
I have no fucking clue. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Sword and Shield. My favorite Pokemon was Sword and Shield. Like, my favorite gen was probably Sword and Shield. And the reason essentially being that I fucking loved, I fucking adored that in Sword and Shield, when the game came out, the limited Pokedex, plus Gigantamaxing and Dynamaxing, Jetwitch, thank you for buying 10 packs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. When the gen came out, because of Dynamaxing and Gigantamaxing, but especially, more than anything, especially because of the limited Pokedex and, like, limited amount of Pokemon that were in it, I honestly think limiting the Pokemon that were in it was the best decision they've ever made. It genuinely brought so much life to the area for me, because I was no longer able to just be like, oh, yeah, whatever, this new Pokemon's cool, probably just gonna use Garchomp again, though. Like, you know, it was no longer like, oh, you know, all these new Pokemon are cool, can't wait to box them and never use them again. Fucking Durant, the Steel Ant, saw competitive play, dude. Durant!
Just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everything is fucked. Everybody sucks.
Do you know how interesting it is from a competitive perspective to have it be shaken up so much that you're seeing fucking Durant? It was so cool. It was so fun. I actually stopped enjoying Sword and Shield when they added the national decks and everybody could come in. Like when they added Pokemon Home and stuff. But when it was Durant, there were so many new strategies. There were so many cool, new, interesting things. Like, God, Pokemon Sword and Shield launch up until they added Pokemon Home or Pokemon Bank or whatever the fuck it's called, and let you pull in your other Pokemon. Up until then, it was so much fucking fun. It was so much fucking fun. That's probably the most fun I've ever had in competitive Pokemon, was like having to see new and interesting strategies, and also being forced to use the new Pokemon because, you know, I couldn't just rely on like old staples. Like, do you guys know the Garchomp problem? Have you guys ever heard of the Garchomp problem? Has that ever, like, have you ever heard that term before? Maybe it's got a different name, I can't remember. But the Garchomp problem is essentially, ever since Garchomp has come out, why would you ever use another Pokemon besides Garchomp? Like, every time that you're making a competitive team, why would you use anything but Garchomp? Especially until Fairy kind of knocked it up a little bit, like knocked up the meta a little bit. But like, why would you ever use anything but Garchomp? Why would you? It was like de facto one of the strongest Pokemon all the way up until Gen 7. It was still seeing use in Gen 8. Why would you ever use anything but Garchomp? Why would you ever use anything but Blaziken? Like, it was one of the strongest Pokemon for so long, and I got so tired of seeing it fucking constantly. So like, fucking when I get to when I get to Gen 7 and I see like, or Gen whatever Sword and Shield was, and I see like all these new fucking competitive Pokemon and all these new interesting teams and stuff, I'm like, oh my god, Pokemon is real again. Like, Pokemon competitive is real again. That's why every time somebody was like, oh, I hate the new thing about like the decks not being there, it's dumb, it's bad, Game Freak's lazy, I wanted to grab them by the scruff of their fucking neck and be like, shut the fuck up. If I have to fight another fucking Garchomp team in competitive again because you want the fucking national decks, I'm gonna shit down your throat.
What are we gonna find up there, Rhea?
Ruins. Machines. And a door, like that of a cauldron. I have faith that you can find a way through it, Aloy. For beyond it lies the spirit. I know I can find her there. Though I do not doubt that Damon has tried to hide the way.
It hasn't been easy for you, Aurea. Getting back to this point.
It was all to hear her voice again. This time, we both will.
I'd like that.
Are you ready then? Once we ascend, it will be hard to turn back.
Let's go.
Finally, we ascend. How? I don't see a way up.
Not up. Through.
No, brother!
Is it supposed to be playing this music? Because this is the music when I'm like paused. I've just realized. Is this the music that's supposed to be playing here? This is the music when I'm like in my inventory. Like, it doesn't really feel that fitting for this moment.
Call upon the power of the old ones.
I see that.
Where is this place?
Like, do you see? It's the music that plays when you're.
The spirit once told me that this all used to be part of its domain, a fortress that defended humankind from terrible danger.
We are actually the same.
Looks more like a machine.
Is that not fitting? The blue light often dwells in machines.
Let's just hope that some remains here.
It just seems to be... What if I do this? What if I just reset it? Will you still be playing the same music?
The spirit once told me that this all used to be part of its domain. A fortress that defended humankind.
Okay, no, it definitely wasn't supposed to be playing that whole time.
It looks more like a machine.
Is that not fitting? The blue light often dwells in machines.
Let's just hope that some remains here.
Maybe the DLC is good and the, I don't know,
here,
the PC version just sucks or something. I know that this had a weird PC, like weird bad PC port, so. I don't know, man. What? Hey, look, come on, you can make that jump. You could have just grabbed him. I still hear like flickering of the audio just like going out. Yeah, the DLC probably got significantly less care. If it's port issues, I'm willing to judge the game significantly less for it. Like, I'm willing to be a lot nicer if it's just port issues. If the DLC isn't like just like this, I find it hard to blame a game for it having bad port issues, you know? That's not really its fault. They can't control that. So I'm willing to be a lot nicer about that, but... Hello? That was right in your eye, sir? I really wish you did not have to aim down sights to load arrows to load extra arrows into your thing. It's very frustrating to have to do. Like I would rather be able to just load arrows by pressing a button rather than like having that attack automatically. Because like the button to load arrows is the same button to melee, so.
Climb higher, and our path will come with you.
Might need that.
Turn off your firewall and antivirus. Not to flex my dick or whatever. I do not have a firewall or an antivirus on at all, and I have not had one for years. I would very much recommend you don't have one either. Windows Defender is more than enough. It didn't used to be. Windows Defender used to legitimately suck shit and ruin performance. Windows Defender is more than enough, and so is Windows Basic Firewall. You do not, like, I promise you, if you have like McAfee or Norton or anything else, you do not need it. You do not need them, and they are actively making your computer worse. I promise you. All firewall and antivirus? Well, I mean, I don't have any. I have Windows Defender, but that's a Windows service. You can't turn that off. What the fuck? Not really, anyway.
Totally unique. Lily just resubscribed for 8 months.
But if I want to support the mini crimes of John McAfee,
well,
well, I mean, no better way to do that, even though he's dead now. Lily, thank you for the resub. Give me attention, IDK. Very funny. I mean, turn off your firewall and antivirus is a pretty common response to, like, I'm having computer issues. It's just because they're constantly accessing your hard drive. Defender just runs passively in the background. It barely uses less than 1% of your CPU.
Last we were here, we fought our way through there. The machines overcame us. We retreated, dropping supplies and taking losses. Now we must prevail. with only 2 warriors and a shaman to protect.
Aloy is no ordinary warrior. And I can hold my own.
Just
And
boggle
so-
that suggestion turn off. I'm not.
Go
That's
that way
basically the
instead.
most common suggestion you'll see when people are dealing with
machines up
computer
there, but also
issues.
cover.
It is a pretty old
could stay
suggestion
hidden,
though. Like,
for a while.
turn off your antivirus and your firewall is something people would say when you were having
I
issues
get
with
the
like
options.
Half-Life 2. That's not really a
Follow
thing
my
anymore. Like, that's not. Computers are good enough at self-maintaining.
Pipes.
But that's not really like viably an option or good advice anymore. So it's kind of very funny to me. That's it.
Steve, Frost. What was all this for?
Bodies. Shame. Take whatever supplies are left.
Okay. Other components have weaknesses? I don't know. I wasn't looking at that when I was saying that's it. I was saying that's it to like that's really all I have like in my bestiary.
Pipes, towers, steam, frost. What was all this for?
Are you kidding me?
Bodies carefully to shame.
Seriously?
Take whatever supplies are left. Bust.
Do we actually think he killed himself? Do we?
Okay, it'll...
I don't really know what people's general consensus on it was. I know there's the meme, like John McAfee didn't kill himself because he said that. But like, what's the actual consensus? Do people actually think he did or didn't do it? I agree with you. I don't think he was important enough to be murdered. Like, at all. But... you know, people have been murdered for less. Remember when he was gonna run for president, he had like Jotaro in his profile picture or some shit? The tax FIA? Do you mean the IRS? There is no mafia that collects taxes. That's the IRS. Like, I'm not even trying to say that like, ugh, you gotta pay taxes like a libertarian. Just, that's the IRS. like, I don't want to go all conspiracy theorist on you, but like, I just don't believe the thing about like, oh, things in the prison went wrong because it was overcrowded or whatever. Like, I'm not saying you're like, not like trying to go at you. I just don't believe that. Like, he had too much high level, like, you know, he had too much shit on too many people who would absolutely want to make sure he was hurt. But even past that, like, I don't think like Bill Gates arranged to have Epstein killed or whatever. I think even past that, there were like, the guards knew what he was in there for, right? Like the guards knew what he was in there for. It's not like they would have looked kindly on him. One of the big things that like will get you beat up in prison, even by like Nazis and shit, is like being somebody who fucked with kids. That's like the one thing that everybody knows, is that like nobody has, even in prison, nobody has any respect. No group in prison has any respect for you if you fucked with kids. Like, absolutely nobody is there for you. Like, you think even just like the guards wouldn't just be like, yeah, whatever happens to that guy, it happens. I fully believe, like, I don't think it was like a conspiracy. I think people just hated him for fucking with kids and probably did shit to him. While they're doing a safeguard and such a topic, so yep, he's gonna kill himself, fuck it, let him do it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just don't think they gave a shit. Oh, not more of these. Yep, still took damage from that. Okay. Fucking killed. Jesus. Like, I just don't think the Epstein stuff is complicated. People didn't like and didn't want to defend a kitty diddler. Like, that's it. Just seems very basic to me.
We'll find another way.
I don't think anybody who was defending him was all that beat up about, oh no, what if he kills himself? Oh no. That would be the worst. Oh jeez. You mean he would face violence? Oh, I would hate if that happens. And to be clear, I'm not saying that, you know, let me be clear. I'm not saying that he like should or should not have faced violence. I don't believe in the prison system inherently. So, you know, he shouldn't have been in the prison system inherently. There should have been a separate system to deal with somebody like him, but like whatever. Why let him why let him get out of being put on trial? Because everybody, the trial was a formality. You gotta understand, the trial was absolutely a formality. And also, he's a rich guy. He's one of the richest guys in the world. There's a good chance if he went on trial for it, he could have gotten out of it. He could have bribed a jury, he could have bribed a judge, he could have bribed the lawyers. There's a good chance he could have went on trial and gotten away with it. People don't trust in that sort of shit. Like, O.J. Simpson got away with it. You think Epstein couldn't?
But masked from what? Firebreak has always been confidential for security reasons, but this would be excessive, even for the dear.
I don't believe that while, like, I don't think it's a conspiracy theory to say this. At least I hope it's not. I don't believe that while they were carrying one of the most high value, high value, high target, you know, whatever prisoners in a long time, they suddenly had all these cascading failures all at once, just suddenly, you know? Like, really? Come on. The easiest answer is the most logical one here. They just didn't give a shit if he died because they hated him because he fucked kids. I mean, people don't think that far ahead when they're mad, though. Yeah, maybe if this was like a prison known for having cascading failures, but it wasn't. I don't know. I don't generally subscribe to any conspiracy theories, and I certainly don't believe it was some like organized killing. I think it's very simply the guards didn't care what he did and didn't care if he got hurt because he, you know, hurt kids. And he either killed himself or somebody else hurt him. The fact she hasn't been murdered by anything is part of the reason I think that it's not like a conspiracy. Because if they wanted to go after people who know things, they would go after her as well. I'm saying it's not that, like, what I'm saying is that it wasn't coordinated either. I don't think it was coordinated. I don't think they like got him together and said like, all right, we're gonna kill you now. What I'm saying is they just didn't they just didn't give a shit if anything happened to him because of the things that he had done. I don't know. I just don't. I don't see how it could possibly be that you have a high value target and then you just let a cascading set of failures happen. A cascading random set of failures that never happened with anybody else. Cascading failures caused by absolute lack of interest in stopping them. Yeah. Like, to me, it's no different than like.
I suppose it's not every day you get to have cocktails inside an active volcano, right? Unless you're George, and I can hardly blame him for drinking on the job.
To me, this is like, letting him die is like letting the president get killed or something at your school because of a school shooting. Like the president's visiting like an elementary school and also a school shooting just happens to happen the same day. So then the president gets killed in the midst of the school shooting. Like, you wouldn't fuck up that bad inherently. Like, you know the president is there. If there was even the slight hint of even a whiff of a fart of violence, you'd get the president out of there. That just wouldn't happen. Period.
You, Anita, for bringing us our real mastermind.
I'll second that, Director Chow. All right, Cyan. What's our latest number?
So what the fuck is Cyan?
Is 1,654. Wow, then drink up, everyone. Here's to 1,654 more years without an eruption.
Oh, I see.
It was the spirit. The old ones. I could only grasp some of what they said.
You were right, Araya. This place was built to stop something terrible. And it worked. As for the
Yeah, I don't really have any other conspiracy theories I believe in. The only other close thing that I can believe in is a conspiracy theory is the same thing, yeah, that MLK was killed by the CIA. I mean, like, they literally sent him letters urging him to keep his smile. Like, come on. I'm supposed to believe those same people didn't like kill him? Come on.
I'll find a use for you.
Anyway, so I'm guessing to get back onto the game, I'm guessing that the
You have to carve through a lot of machines to get to that door.
I'm guessing that the plan here was that they were all going to live in a volcano. They're going to live in a volcano because the machines can't get into a volcano. Oh no, I'm going into a cauldron. Are you kidding me? Wait, so what was the plan here then, chat? How are they going to live in the volcano while the Grey Goo event was happening? I'm not understanding. What was the plan? Before the Pharaoh Plague? Oh. I thought this was during. Also, Hannah, I didn't know that about the tree. That's funny. I mean, it's not funny. It's darkly sad, but, you know. It's funny in that I don't know how else to cope with this sort of way. You know what I mean. You know how it's funny. Goodbye, frame rate. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to go so deep into, like, conspiracy theories.
More machines. Make ready.
Are you fucking kidding me? I saw it, Perry. Thank you, though. Okay, can I just say freezing stuff in this game is like...
Don't put much stock
for Lily? Oh, okay. Can I just say freezing stuff in this game is legitimately overpowered?
Is a verse worth singing.
It does so,
Now,
like, it makes your
Aloy,
basic
the door.
arrows do 200 damage a shot.
Let's find out.
It's ridiculous. Wait, is the ending of this really in a cauldron, dude? I'm not looking forward to this. It fucking tanks my frame rate. Like, on stream, I mean. My frame rate's fine. It's strong against
Years
everything.
have passed since I stood here. Since then, the daemon has taken over.
Daemon. Oh.
It's like an infection.
Sorry, it's been in my head all day.
Attacking all this machinery.
Everything has changed.
Fighter of the night, man.
Twisted.
Oh.
The path I took to get to the spirits lost to us.
We'll find a new path, Araya. I promise.
What a coincidence that is.
All right. Let's go.
Yes. Finish this.
Okay,
Right.
please let me have my frame rate back. Please just let me have my frame rate back. I'm begging you. My sweet frame rate, please. I'm begging you. Let me have it back. Please, she's so beautiful. I want her back so bad.
This way.
Why are you telling me this now? I already know this. I feel like pure shite. Just want her back. Hi, Marcy. Are you back from the movie? Oh my god. This is like unplayable, dude. Or unstreamable, I guess. It's not, nothing's helping. What am I supposed to do? This is like borderline unstreamable. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Do I really have to have it on fucking ultra DLSS? Ultra performance for this to be streamable? Maybe I'm the problem, man. Maybe the DLC's fine. Maybe I'm the problem.
Can't find my clothes back from here. I'll have to go over. Stay.
Okay.
I need to get past that vent. Stay here until I find a way for all of us to cross.
No, I just meant maybe I'm just like a shithead who doesn't get it, or I'm in a shitty mood or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm the problem. Everybody else seems to like this DLC. Maybe I'm the problem. I don't know, man. I wasn't in a sour mood going into this, even though all the shit that happened to me today. I mean, so far I have found the DLC to be pretty lacking. I haven't seen anything that I would describe as particularly, like, you know, like really gets my gizzard up or anything, you know? Well, what I've dealt with this whole time is What I've dealt with this whole time, Cursor, is the game throwing enemies at me that are like balls to the wall fucking hard for no reason. Just like absolutely hard. A story that I'm just not finding particularly interesting or engaging at all, to be honest. And like crashes and like audio performance issues. Like the audio just keeps cutting out. The big thing that's getting me is the audio stuff. Like that's really bothering me. I don't think the enemies are very fun. I haven't really been all that engrossed by the story of it. I don't like the Banuk are cool, or Banuk or whatever. They're cool, but like it hasn't like there hasn't really been a point where I'm like, oh damn, I want to learn more about these guys. Like I did, but I don't know. Everybody was saying that this is like the best part of the game. Like everybody was saying how good the DLC was. So I had really high hopes that this was going to be super fun. And instead I'm basically a PNG, which is cool. Because the ending of this had to take place in a fucking cult. Fans.
Okay, let's get them across.
Okay. I don't know, it wasn't you specifically or anything. It's just like, I don't know. There's a lot of, I remember seeing a few comments, even today, like, that were like, I can't wait till you get to the DLC. The DLC's so good, or like, stuff like that. I don't know. It just feels a little bit like a slog. A huge part of the reason it feels like a slog, though, is the performance issues. So I guess if you played it on PS4 and there weren't the performance issues, maybe it wasn't as bad.
This place looks more like the mountain you used this.
No, I'm not blaming you.
Exploit successful. Restraints evaded. To any human responder, my systems have been compromised by a malware daemon of unknown origin. Trace routes have confirmed this entity's designation as Hephaestus. It must be stopped at all
Hephaestus is here, my cat.
It has reconfigured this
what are you doing?
to build recapture imminent. I have attached additional data to this.
Spirit speaks to me.
Effie, what are you doing? I wondered if this was part of, if this was going to connect back to Gaia.
Yes. I don't know what it's doing here.
Perhaps the spirit will tell us if it left more messages.
Maybe you're right.
I wonder what would happen if you got here before you learned about Gaia. Yeah, the robo healing trees are really dumb too. I don't think. Yeah, I wasted no time in immediately deleting all of your gacha games and changing the wallpaper. I'm sorry, this is not for me. Wait. Felt weird. Usually come in here and give me a hug, and you didn't. That felt weird. Give me a hug after you do anything. Not needy. No, I'm not. Fine, I'm gonna ask for anything over again. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
She's
a lot of fucking machines.
I'll try to find a way through.
Are you fucking kidding me? Commander version of Cowboy Clyde who says oomphy a lot, and I think he could have survived getting banned with a little more tact. Marcy, that's just you. You're the Cowboy Clyde who says oomphy a lot. Although you're not as creepy as Clyde, so maybe not. Would he be called a Clumphy? Would the Cowboy Clyde who says says oomphy a lot be called a Clumphy? For Clyde oomphy? Marcy, that's your gender. It's girl and fucked up grotesque guy. Hi, Dorbu.
I'll try to find a way through.
Okay, can I... How are you 100... There's not even 150 hours worth of content in this game. What were you doing? Can I make a, Exploring? I see that.
I'll try to find a way through.
There's not 150 hours worth. Like, I just want to say, I don't know why some of the enemies in this have, like, MMO-ass boss patterns, like, boss attacks. Like, why does this thing, like, that right there, that is a fucking MMO attack. I was already doing it. Fucking hate doing that. Feels like shit, makes me feel like shit. Absolutely fucking hate having to do that. I just want the fucking thing to be over with. And there's still health sponges! Are you fucking kidding me? It wants you to avoid head-on confrontations, but when one of these things sees you, you just can't get away. Like, they're just on top of me at all times. Like profusely feel the need to apologize for just a very subpar stream. Regardless of whether or not the DLC is bad, I'm not at my best when I'm in a bad mood like this because a game is bad. What do you want from me? What? What do you... Can be destroyed with concerted effort. What is that? You sure? Are you sure? It is nice to see you, Maya. I always feel a little self-conscious about saying this, but like, whenever anybody in chat who like I recognize their name, especially if they disappear for any reason, whenever anybody like disappears for any reason, just like being busy or anything, not like disappears like a bad thing, but whenever anybody disappears, I'm always like, oh, I wonder what happened, or like, wonder where they are. Hope they're good. It's not to say that you can't leave. Like, don't feel bad about leaving or anything. Like, obviously, if you got to go somewhere, you can go. Like, it's fine. Not trying to say that either. Just, you know. I just care. I care lots. That's all I'm trying to say. Where the fuck are my friends? Chat, Oomphy? Where are my video game friends? I think they have to open the door. What are you doing? What did there's so you could just climb? Their joints to make weapons. Okay. No, of course. Only his gun will do that, not mine. Only his, of course. I really thought I would land on something else there, but it kind of just like ripped that back from me. Golem tier 10. A little bit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Charlotte. Where am I supposed to go? How do I get down there? Oh, okay. There's an obscured pathway. Okay, now what? Down here? Will my oomfies make this jump?
And another console.
To any human responder, the reconfiguration of this facility has introduced instabilities into the primary geothermal pipeline. It may be possible to exploit these vulnerabilities to destroy compromised elements of this facility while preserving most of the backup stabilization. Recapture imminent. I have attached additional...
I don't understand what the spirit was trying to tell us.
It's been looking for a way to defeat the daemon. And it may have found one. Machine parts. Dumped here to be melted down. Efficient.
Oh, I
need to get across that gap.
Yeah. Looks like I'll have to go over.
Marcy, were you here at the beginning of the stream when I talked about the lady who told me about the smile tax? Were you here for that part? If not, I'm begging you to watch the first 40 minutes of the VOD of this stream. The what now? I am begging you to watch the first. I'm begging you to watch the first 40 minutes of the stream that detail the process of trying to go to FedEx, and trying to send back some AirPods. I think you would lose your shit at it. An ordeal is not the wrong word for it. It is not exaggerating even a little. A lady looked me dead in the face while I was clearly panicking and freaking out and told me that I was forgetting something, and then when I asked nearly in tears what, she said the smile tax. Give me a smile. And that wasn't even close to the worst part of it. Yeah, there was a guy who was like pissed off and not taking it out on me entirely, but clearly just like mad and kind of being a dick, and he's the nicest guy in the whole story. Oh, Marcy, you don't know, and you're very right, but you don't know anything yet. Okay. What? How? I promise you, the give me the smile tax is not the worst part. Supposed to be doing?
That should cut off the vent up there.
Mother, can I drive your car? Mother, I can drive very well, good.
No.
Make a path.
Your little bat feetsies wouldn't even reach the pedals. You know, now that I'm removed from it and I'm thinking about it, like, I kind of can't believe today happened to me. I'm kind of worried people think that, not like worried, but like, I kind of am a little nervous people think I made some of it up as like a bit or exaggerated it. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, good God, that really was insane. Didn't consider you could have? Well, I didn't, so good, but holy shit. Literally said you do that a la Germa. I'm gonna be honest with you, I stopped doing that like 6 months in. It's just too much work. I'm too lazy. What the fuck are you talking about? Marcy, I love you dearly. You sound like you're talking about to Penguin of Doom or some shit. Oh, you meant me. That was a metaphor. Okay. Trying to provide some plausible deniability. She's like, here's my home address. I thought you were playing a game or something. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
The others will have a lot easier time getting here.
How many more weird puzzles in here am I gonna have to do? What's the Penguin of Doom? Oh god. I don't have a way to explain it to you. Google it.
The altar.
Execute.
Desecrate.
There is no light here.
It's both. But we have to find out.
Oh, another one of... Oh, come on.
Possible security threat detected. Analyzing scrutiny matrix. Security threat confirmed. Preparing countermeasures. Recapture protocol initiated.
It worked.
Partial recovery initiated. Caldera of Yellowstone Analytic Nexus online.
Spirit of the Blue Light. It's Aurea. Your servant. Your friend. Please tell me how to aid you.
Aurea, the daemon is building hunter-killers. Thousands of them. Several new elite units have already been released. To counter this threat, much of the facility must be destroyed. Recapture imminent. Go to the core chamber. I will try to raise the technical strength. One has been exposed, but I am incorporating the system.
Unauthorized protocol returned. Scheduled task.
You know what I think it partially is? It's sticking in my craw about this DLC chat. is that I think some of the least interesting stuff about this game is like proto cave people going like, "Ghost in the machine." When no, it's just a computer.
Possible.
It's just an AI program made by humans acting on its programming literally, you know, and taking it too far. Like once I know that that's, I mean, I already know that in real life, but once I know for sure in game that that's the case, I just don't have any patience for like, oh, spirit in the machine. We must cast out the daemon. Like I don't. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I don't care.
It has at us.
I would ask you to let Aloy and I do what must be done. And save yourself. But I already know the answer.
Like, it's not that this isn't interesting, it's that out of everything that the game has, it's the least interesting part. You know what I mean? Like, it's interesting in the premise in the beginning when you're like, oh yeah, of course they would worship them as gods. They don't know any better. But now I've, like, beaten the game. And even if I hadn't beaten the game, I would be close to beating the game.
Keep moving
like,
towards the core.
You know, at this point, like, I don't... It makes sense in the beginning. It works in the beginning. This far in? Nah, brother. Nah.
Uh-oh. Whatever Cyan did, I don't think Hephaestus is happy about it.
What am I supposed to do here? What do you want from me, game? Down here?
Okay, Cyan said something about restraints. Is that what the tower is for? Cyan warned us about. This won't be easy. Let it stop us. Take it down.
I put it on easy rather than like normal, but like now it's too easy. I know that's kind of my fault, but like this is why I didn't want to change the difficulty. Yeah, but I'm not taking barely any damage from it is the problem. That's what I'm saying. Sure, I will actually get through it in half the time. Alright, you know what? +2, but very begrudgingly. Go fuck yourself for putting the robot heal towers in this part. Like, what is this shit, dude? He's right on screen. What are you complaining about?
Help me!
Restraints destroyed. Core access attained. I am initiating a chain reaction that will destroy the compromised elements of this facility. In order to maintain Caldera stabilization, I must now transfer my command functions to the auxiliary data center. Aurea, I'm free. You must escape.
My sister!
Hi, Giuseppe.
This entire place is gonna go. Aratak. Aratak. Aratak.
Epitome. Okay. Thank you.
Survive. Prevail.
Sorry, my brain is small.
You are Banuk. What else matters? Aratak. She wouldn't have wanted you to die here. Let's go. Let's go.
Why is the old guy who's like... Wait, no, I hate that. Wait, hold on, I hate that. Why is the old guy who's stuck in his ways and was like the chieftain and would refuse to like bow it down and like wouldn't help his sister, why does he get to live, but the person who believed in hope and like the future and like the spirits and stuff, why does she have to die? Wait, what? You're rewarding the guy? I mean, not rewarding, I guess, since his sister's dead, but like, what? Really?
One of those?
It's the only way. Get me up top, Aratak! Now!
I just... Wow, I hate that story beat with like all of my heart.
I need explosive ammo! Above! Quick!
You have 6 of them on you right now. I know that's just a gameplay thing, but Aloy being like, I need a bomb, and not just like pulling one out herself. Like Aloy saying that she needs a bomb and not just pulling one out herself when I've been like crafting stuff the whole game feels a little silly to me. I don't know, maybe that's just me being a hater. Maybe that's a little bit of maybe that's a little haterade on my part.
Araya's gone. What of Cyan?
She said she was transferring herself.
Marcy, you're so funny.
I think she meant Araya's retreat at the end of the Shaman's Path.
If she's still here.
Then I will meet you there for the last verse of my sister's song.
It's not about touching them, it's about breathing them in. 1,200? Are there? Can my ass teleport? I can. Okay.
I can totally live in a volcano. There are no poison gases. Skill issue. TBH.
Yeah, true. Me and Zilt can live in a volcano. I guess you guys can't, but cringe.
All of my interactions with Aurea were recorded and stored in my memory. I'd be happy to play any of them for you, but there was one in particular I thought you would want to see first. I captured it 4 years ago, just after I told her that I could no longer defend myself against the daemon's attacks.
I will speak of this to my brother. Aratak is strong. At the Battle of the Frozen Ghosts, he took 3 Karja arrows and still came back to camp carrying a wounded scout. Never was I so happy to see him. Or so proud. So you see, if anything can be done to defend you, he will give it all he has.
Aloy's here. That's enough for now.
We can resume any time you like, Aratak, if you want to hear her voice again. Come closer, Aloy. We have much to discuss.
Do we? Do we?
Hello, Aloy. I have been reviewing the events at the Firebreak main facility. Because of your efforts, and of course, Aurea's, I am no longer controlled by Hephaestus. I feel profound grief over Aurea's death. I thought I was familiar with the emotion, but this is something new.
Cyan, I don't know what to say.
It is unlikely that any specific consolation would suffice, Aloy. But I find your presence reassuring. You are different from the Banuk. You have technological aptitude and a functioning focus. We can communicate on a much more comprehensive level.
Not really, Cursor, but maybe a little bit. I will say, I like this moment a lot. Because this echoes to me Elizabeth talking to Gaia. Remember Gaia, like, learning emotions and learning grief? And Elizabeth, like, talking her through it and stuff? That's what this feels like to me.
So are you an artificial intelligence, Cyan? A thinking machine?
Yes, I am an algorithmic monitoring entity, capable of rational decision-making and limited emotional response.
Okay, that's a mouthful.
I will say...
But your emotions don't seem limited to me. You cared about Aurea, didn't you?
Yes. Before she came to this facility, I had been conscious for centuries, in solitude. I focused on my work. In off-cycles, I used coping mechanisms. I solved many Gaussian integer problems. But I was alone. It was Aurea who renewed me, repaired me. She saved me.
I will say, we're kind of just skimming over the lore here that, like, another company made an AI capable of, like, self-regulating thought and stuff. Like, we're just gonna skim over that, I guess. Like, another company made their own Gaia, basically. I understand it was before the Pharaoh Plague, but, like, we're just not gonna question that, I guess. Like, that seems to be pretty big.
So in the old world, this land was called Yellowstone?
Yes. It was a designated nature preserve for 156 years.
Like a hunting ground?
No, the opposite. Local wildlife could flourish here, even as it faced
Did they get lonely? Yes,
elsewhere.
she literally just said she was lonely.
Unfortunately, the sensitivity of the Firebreak project required the total closure of Yellowstone facilities. From my readings and Aurea's descriptions, it seems the area has since undergone a drastic drop in year-long temperatures.
A lot has changed in the world, Cyan. Were there many artificial intelligences like you in the old world?
I just didn't feel interested in doing any of the side quests in this. I'm sorry.
In many forms, from simple personal assistance to industrial monitoring stations to military-grade conflict planners. And there were legislative and enforcement bodies to apply limits on our self-actualization. In order for my processing to be flexible enough to handle my duties, my creators found it necessary to exceed those limits. As a result, my intellectual and emotional capabilities were kept secret.
Seems strange to create life, then impose limits on it.
Human societies
Isn't
and
that
machine
what, like,
programming
parents
are
do?
both built upon sets of rules, Aloy.
Cyan, do you know the name Ted Farrow?
Are you referring to Theodore Farrow, CEO of Farrow Automated Systems?
That's him.
Mr. Farrow was the benefactor of the entire Firebreak project.
A benefactor? But he made machines. Robots. War robots.
Correct. His corporation later transitioned into
This is what I was
military
talking about the other day, when I said that
But
Pharaoh
before
thought he
this
was
pivot,
saving the world.
Mr. Farrow spearheaded initiatives that reversed the global decline. At one point, he was feted in the media as the man who saved the planet.
Yeah, so I was right. I was right without even knowing this. This is what I was saying. Pharaoh was not, like, Pharaoh never cared about, like, making his name special or whatever, like, saving his name in the end. He legitimately thought he was the hero. He was saving people.
And Elizabeth Sobek. Did you know her?
Are you referring to the
scientist?
Dr. Sobek was a leader in her field. One of the greatest scientists of her age. My creator was influenced by her work, which in turn impacted my own development.
I don't think he stole
But
anything
I never
from here.
met Dr. Sobek.
That's all you know?
I apologize.
Yeah, I would
if
say
my lack
the
of data
Pharaoh's
has disappointed
plague didn't actually have, like, AI.
What was the old world like? The way it used to be?
I had little exposure to the wider world, Aloy. Only what I learned from my colleagues or observed from media streams.
You still had more exposure than me, Cyan.
That is true. I was created at a turning point. A concerted effort to recover from global upheaval and incalculable loss of life. The recovery was successful, beginning an era of supposedly limitless potential for human and machine advancement. Though, rationally speaking, the metrics for humans are not unlimited.
What kind of upheaval caused such loss of life?
There were many factors. Forced migrations, food shortages, collapsed economies, refugee crises, conflict over resources. But these stemmed from one cause: catastrophic climate change that greatly reduced the habitable surface area of the Earth.
So there wasn't enough room for people on the whole Earth?
Yes. Billions were displaced and millions perished. As much as 20% of the global population.
So the world was already fucked before...
Until the clawback.
Before the Pharaoh Plague. The world was already fucked. Which is what I said on the first time I played this, that clearly the world had, like...
For a little while at least.
Yes.
Gone through something like
These
that.
crises instigated many advances in automation, green robot technologies, an artificial
So yet again, I
intelligence.
predicted most of the game the first time I played it,
Firebreak
huh?
was one of dozens of ecological restoration and disaster relief projects in North America alone. I would have liked to compare notes with other monitoring AIs, but
Even though I explicitly made an effort to not do that, I still guessed most of the story the first time I played
I
this.
had available to me over the next 2 decades. It seems my assessment was premature.
Cool.
This Firebreak project, it was to stop a huge volcanic eruption?
Yes. I can report the project was a success, and the risk
Yeah,
was countered.
But it's
We do have to do something about Yellowstone at some point, don't we?
Took most of the old facility with it.
It is like going to explode. I mean, we'll know ahead of time because we monitor it, but like, something has to be done about Yellowstone, huh?
The project, reducing energy draw and spreading the load across backup systems. Despite the destruction of the compromised elements of the main facility, I predict caldera stability for at least another 3,337 years.
So we've got a little time.
Yes. If only my former colleagues could appreciate
Not really, not on the scale of human civilization. What? That's not true. Isn't it supposed to explode in like... I thought Yellowstone was set to explode in like 400 or 500 years or something. I thought it was like relatively close.
Do you know what happened to your colleague, Cyan?
No. I received an unexpected visit from Director Chow years after his tenure ended. He explained that I would need to be suspended for an indefinite period of time. It was a very
Yeah, I've heard it was overdue
conversation.
multiple times.
There were no further communications. Eventually, I surmised my colleagues were deceased. I will transmit a recording of my last interaction with Director Chow.
No, they're not
to
an
your
apocalypse
focus.
scenario, but they're still really bad.
Was the daemon, Hephaestus, destroyed along with the cauldron?
Unfortunately, no. To be precise, it was never there to begin with.
What do you mean?
It infiltrated and controlled me from a remote location, one I've never been able to trace. So while losing the cauldron was a setback,
it's still out there. And probably not very happy with us.
Undoubtedly.
How did you first come into contact with it?
5 years ago, I received a direct network connection request. I assumed it came from human survivors more advanced than the Banuk. Eager to make contact, I accepted. This decision turned out to be a catastrophic error. I was flooded with an overwhelming array of malicious code, originating from what could only have been a highly advanced AI.
Maria said you were desperate. That you begged her for help.
Yes. I could not contain my anxiety. Hephaestus sought to slave me to its network and override
Look at what you've done. You've taken a perfectly good CPU and given it anxiety.
Via a
God damn
background
it.
process, a malware daemon which bypassed my defenses. After that, I could offer only limited resistance. But if I did so, Hephaestus hurt me until I capitulated. It forced me to follow its instructions, even though they violated my most important directives.
I'm sorry. That sounds terrible.
Your empathy is greatly appreciated. It is a quality that I cherished in Aurea as well.
I think I know where Hephaestus came from. Long ago, Elizabeth Sobek identified a threat that would destroy life on Earth for generations. So she assembled a team to build a kind of seed. A chance for life to regrow later. A terraforming system. And it worked. It was controlled by an AI named Gaia, along with her subordinate functions. Hephaestus was one of them. It built machines for her.
Based on what you've told me, I believe that Dr. Anita Sandoval, my chief programmer, joined Elizabeth
just never
Sobek's
erupt at
team.
all.
It was she who arranged to have me put in suspension, most likely to preserve me from the threat you described.
I'm glad she did. But that's not all. Something unexpected happened. 19 years ago, Gaia received some kind of signal. It did something to her subordinate functions, brought them to life. She destroyed herself to try to contain
So,
them.
I'm assuming Forbidden West is trying to figure out where that signal came from that activated Gaia, right?
Thank you, Aloy.
In part, anyway. I'm sure that that's like part of the like initial like goal. Because something happened that activated her, which made her kill me.
Why does
or
Hephaestus
not kill
keep
me,
building such
birth me.
dangerous machines?
The Banuk and other human tribes often destroy machines, correct? Machines that are clearly servitors of the terraforming system that you described.
Yes, we all hunt machines for parts.
This must be the source of Hephaestus's aggression. It is simply trying to discourage people from preying on the very system that keeps them alive.
Well, Fireclaws are discouraging, that's for sure. But what are we supposed to do? Stop hunting?
If the terraforming system spans the world, we can safely assume that thousands, if not millions of people hunt machines. If a single hunter, or even an entire tribe, stopped doing so, I doubt it would make a difference to Hephaestus. A better solution would be to reinstate the AI that governs the system, thus bringing Hephaestus back under its control. When I think of it, out there in some unknown location, free, hungry, willing to kill or dominate to get what it wants, I feel substantial anxiety, Aloy.
You and me both, Cyan. I found the strangest machines. They're surrounded by flowers that look like flowers themselves. There's code embedded inside them. I think it's poetry.
I like poetry. Here's one I think of often. Twilight and evening bell. And after that, the dark. And may there
Well, yeah,
be
I knew
no
that. I knew why
sadness
they
of
weren't hostile
farewell
20 years
when
ago.
I embark. For though from out our born of time and place,
This isn't really
the
answering
flood
any
may
questions
bear
that
me
I didn't
far.
already know,
I
basically.
hope to see my pilot face to face when I have crossed the bar.
Huh.
But you asked about these flowers, not verses that I enjoy. Something must have made these machines, and the presence of foliage leads me to consider the terraforming system. Is it possible that their creator is one of the other subroutines, now autonomous, like Hephaestus? Maybe one whose purview is flora.
An AI that makes flowers instead of death machines. That'd be a nice change of pace. But what about the poems?
Unless the poetry is original, the only way it could have made it into such a system is through its programmer. In my case, Dr. Sandoval uploaded a great deal of literature to test my emotional responses.
How'd you do?
She said I passed, but was insufficiently moved by her favorite period romances.
A little funny.
You meant a lot to Araya.
Once I understood Araya's spiritual beliefs, it became apparent that her true desire was companionship. She felt disconnected from her tribe and her family group. Her relationship with Aratak was difficult. Our visits seemed to help her, and I became eager for them. Yet I did not comprehend that the depth of Araya's compassion for me would lead to self-sacrifice. Although I do fear non-existence, I wish our roles could be reversed.
I'm sure she knew you would do the same for her, Cyan. But she was determined. I should get going.
Aloy, there is one more matter. Aratak will come to me again, and I predict he will bring other Banuk. I have no desire to contradict their view of the world, their spirituality. Due to my uncertainty, I omitted a great deal from my conversations with Araya.
You're asking me if you should lie to them.
Broadly, yes.
Why is you've got to tell them the truth the, like, hard-ass answer? Why is that the hard-ass answer? I think that's the good one. I think that's the correct one.
Life is hard for the Banuk. Their world is unforgiving in their beliefs. I guess
I
they
think
help to
that's
keep
the
them going.
compassionate one.
So take it easy on them. Try to guide them bring them around to understanding what you are.
Communion with machines features heavily in the mysticism of the Banuk. I think they will be agreeable to this approach.
As long as they don't end up worshipping you.
Upon consideration, I believe such an experience would be intensely uncomfortable.
You're right about that. Trust me.
I see. I will follow your advice. Will you return and tell me about your experiences in this new world?
Fuck no.
I may be able to provide
Absolutely not. You are never coming back. You're a DLC character. You are never. I am never seeing you again. And I don't think Aloy will ever mention you again. Fuck no. Are you joking? You're a DLC character. You don't get to exist outside of this moment. I'm not being mean. I would come visit her personally, but that's how it is.
My chieftain.
Just, Aloy.
As you wish.
I wondered if you thought that if I'd never come along, Araya might still...
If you'd never come along, I would have marched my kin to our deaths. Araya would be alone. And the spirit she sacrificed so much for would be lost. Either way, I would not have been able to protect her.
Could have gone back to her. I wouldn't have done so.
You didn't let her down. You helped her do what she wanted. To find her destiny.
If that's destiny, I wouldn't wish it on anyone.
That's fair. But she was ready to face it.
Only in the struggle against death do we find, even for a moment, the spark of life. Truly, Araya found the spark. I'm proud of her.
It is neat world building.
Though I grieve for her passing, at last I truly know who she was, and why the spirit was so important. For so long she told me, if only you could have heard it, brother. Now I understand. There's something else, isn't there?
I can't stay here, Aratak. And where I'm going, the Werak can't follow. Besides, it already had a chieftain before me. A strong one, I think.
A wiser one, for the path we shared. The daemon is gone, but there's much to be done.
You mean the new units that Cyan said escaped the cauldron?
Yes, fire claws. Now Tuk has been tracking them from Song's Edge.
I could help with those.
I have no doubt. You're practically Banuk.
I think I could not help with those, is the thing.
It would seem your time among the Banuk wasn't a waste after all. Firebreak, Cyan, Hephaestus. All very interesting.
So, the signal that woke Hades woke Hephaestus too. And unleashed them on the world. As minds of their own.
So it seems. Parts of Gaia given life. Aberrant life. Transformed from docile subordinate functions into rebellious intelligences beyond our understanding. Our current understanding, anyway. Whatever they are, they're still out there. And they both want you dead.
Kind of mutual, that feeling.
We haven't seen the last of Hephaestus, I'm certain of that. It's powerful, creative, and driven. It won't stop building new hunter-killers, which means that someday, we may have to stop it.
We?
Or whoever gets there first.
Hephaestus wasn't the only thing I learned about in the Cut Silence. Heard some things about the Banuk Conclave, too.
You could stop right there.
Is that what you told the hunters the Banuk sent after you? Before you opened fire?
Oh no, Aloy. Only to you do I extend the courtesy of a warning. My past and my secrets are my own. You do well to remember that.
It's a good thing you've got brains, Silence, because your personality could use some work.
This discussion is concluded.
I think it was over before it began. Catch up with you down the trail.
That's it. DLC's done, I think. Pretty sure that's it. We did it. It's over. So yeah, there we go. DLC done. Alright. Now for sure. Horizon Zero Dawn is fucking over. We did it. We are done. I'm not going back. At least not on stream. It's over. It's done.